Hello, everyone, and welcome back.
Right on.
All right. Trig, take us away.
Yes, hello everyone, and welcome to Extra Life 2023 for the Prime slot here. This is the 5th anniversary of Nerd House participating in Extra Life and Extra Life's 15th birthday. If you are new to watching us every year, we are playing five-hour tabletop RPG games today for 25 straight hours to raise money for Extra Life. Extra Life is a wonderful charity that allows gamers to do what they do best to raise money for the Children's Miracle Hospital Network. All donations to Nerd House go directly to our local Children's Miracle House Network hospital and Robert H. Lurie Children's Hospital in Chicago. Over the past 5 years, Nerd House has raised over $11,000 for this amazing charity. This money goes directly to the hospital, contributing to new medical equipment, treatments for both physical and mental health, familial support, and so many other services that make it just a little bit easier to help sick kids. We are proud to support this amazing charity and cannot wait to see what happens over the course of the rest of the day. Each session has a different set of donation incentives, which will be posted on the Twitch overlay. You can donate in the widget below on our Twitch page or directly on the Extra Life page by following the link in chat or searching Nerd House. For this session, at the $5 level, you can either re-roll a failed roll or re-roll a successful roll on either the player or the DM. So let's say I roll a successful roll to injure one of your favorite party members. You could pay $5 and they can. I will have to re-roll that to see if I fail. Or conversely, if the party wants or has an unsuccessful roll and you really want them to succeed at something, then you can pay $5 and they can re-roll to try and get it again. At $10, you have two options. You can select one player to gain a fate point, which they can use in place of a re-roll kind of thing. Fate points are used to kind of help influence and balance out your character's abilities. It's very similar to inspiration points in D&D, so it's a same kind of vibe in how we're using them for this. Or you can also pay $10 to have a character roll on the Psychic Phenomena table. And for those of you unfamiliar with that in the game we're using, those can include various wonderful things that can happen. Let me find the Psychic Phenomena table again real quick, just so we can have an idea of what might occur to you. Let's see.
Oh, yeah. I'm going to be doing a lot on that table.
Blood weeps from stone and wood within 3d10 meters of the psyker. If there are any paintings, picked displays, statues, or other representations of people inside this area, they also appear to be crying blood. Or perhaps a veil of darkness. For a brief moment, effectively until the end of the round, the area within 3d10 meters is plunged into immediate and impenetrable darkness. So all kinds of weird and fun things can happen as a result of that. At the $25 level, you can choose a player to have an automatic success, or we can heal the whole party of a couple of wounds. That's up to me to decide how many you need and all that fun stuff. At $50, you're going to get a random enemy encounter from the warp. So you just let me know. I'm going to roll on a random table that I have devised, and we're going to see what happens to various things that might pour out of a hole in space and time. At $100, players can call down an orbital bombardment on an enemy encounter, so it's basically a nuclear skip button for a battle, which can be very helpful and effective. And then at $150, the group gains assistance from a legendary hero that I select from a list that I have prepared. Could be what the Imperium refers to as Xenos. It could be an Imperial hero. Could be any number of different things that pop in through that. If the area is big enough, who knows? Maybe a dreadnought's going to show up. So any of those other opportunities that you might have, if there's anything you want us to specifically shout out for you and that kind of thing, we're happy to do that for a small donation. I should mention tonight in particular, I'm sorry that I cannot be there, but to the cast of She Kills Monsters at Matea Valley High School. Break legs tonight for your final performance because I helped do the fight choreography for that show, and they have had a fantastic run. They put together a really great show, and it's all about Dungeons and Dragons, so it's a really great piece to kind of tie back to this
really
particular little event that we have going.
That's super cool.
I'm sorry?
That's super cool.
It is.
That
It's
is really
a
cool.
great piece. It's my third time doing the show and my second time doing it for high schools. So
That's awesome,
I did it with Naperville North last year, and we did the fight choreography for Matea this year. I really want to do it somewhere else and maybe even direct it because it's such a cool, fun piece with a really great message. It would be a great one to have audiences come and see. But I think that covers all the housekeeping. So without further ado, I'm going to introduce our adventure here. Those of you who got a chance to look at our synopsis for this, it's a pretty cool one. I'm pretty stoked about it. We're going to be using the Warhammer 40,000 Dark Heresy system, the second edition. The system here is a little bit different. You who are familiar with typical D20 systems, we're not using that. We're using something closer to a D100 system. If you've ever played Call of Cthulhu or anything like that, it uses a similar set of rules and systems. So it's basically a percentile system as opposed to a typical like 1 through 20 success system. We're still going to see success based on tiers. The way that it works with this game is that you have different skill tests, characteristic tests, extended tests, and opposition tests. So there's degrees of automatic success and failure. Other ones you're going to have, certain opportunities that might prove to be more challenging. The test difficulties range anywhere from trivial all the way up to hellish, and based on that, it either adds or subtracts from the overall modifier as to whether or not your success is hit. Now, there's also assistance that you can do amongst players and that kind of thing, which is part of the reason why I mentioned that as part of our tier list. Is that's something that you can do as audience members is help your players out with small donations. But to kind of paint the picture of what we're doing here, we have the first ever hybrid world of Paraxol is facing some sort of unknown threat with various odd hybrid creatures popping up throughout the city. It's the first planet of its kind that is a combination of both highborn and forge world qualities, and therefore is a mixture of terrifying new technology along with very clean cut but also very powerful members of the Imperial Society. And rare is the occurrence that you typically see more than one Inquisitor in one place, as they are, typically at a very high level with many acolytes working underneath them. But in this circumstance here, all of our acolytes, now turned Inquisitors, have been brought together by a Lord Inquisitor named Typhyerius, who is very concerned about the overall circumstances that we're facing, and therefore has called all of you together on a ship, bringing you to the Forge, what we're calling the Forge-born world of Paraxol, to investigate these mysterious creatures that have been showing up in the most random of locations, sometimes in the middle of busy thoroughfares, sometimes in the middle of palaces, sometimes in the middle of critical systems locations that are then being damaged, and we need to figure out how to eliminate the danger and what is causing the source. So you have the Grand Inquisitor Typhyerius, Lord Inquisitor Typhyerius, coming into basically a conference room where he has told you all to wait, and before he arrives, you have an opportunity to introduce yourselves to one another, as you might not have worked together before. So I'm going to give you all an opportunity to introduce your character, your abilities, what you might be known for, whether it's your terrifying weapon skill or your, inhuman psychic powers, whatever the case may be. So we'll start. We'll start with Ian, since you're at the top of my queue here on the camera. Tell us about yourself.
So you see before you a red-robed, but clearly at one point was a man, but is now looks like just a mass of uh, technology. Um, you almost don't see any flesh anymore. Everything is either bionic limbs, and you see wrapped around and on his back are six coils of mechadendrites. Think like Doc Ock arms, and then he also has resting. Uh, he has a Omnisaean axe, which is like a techno axe, basically, for lack of a better term. Um, his prowess is mostly in things both technical and medical. He is a very good healer, but he will, as always offer that things would be much easier if you took away the weak flesh and joined and was one with the machine spirit and add more cybernetics. And his name, he's Inquisitor Gaius Epsilon Belsar.
Excellent. Okay, so Gaius is your character name.
It's Epsilon.
Yeah, that's fine.
Nice.
We'll always take post-mortem donations. Thank you for that. Sorry, my mom is babysitting my son while we do this, so that I can keep my attention here. So, Ian, can you spell your character name for me, just so I have it right?
Sure. First name is Giaus. Epsilon is just like the Greek letter.
Perfect.
And then Belsar is Belsar.
Perfect.
And if there's anyone who knows where part of that name came from, I see you. Don't worry about it.
Success roll to one player.
Well, excellent.
Anyone can roll
Welcome,
who
guys.
gets
We
it.
appreciate you
Smiley
being
face.
here to help assist. Michael, why don't you tell us about yourself?
Sure. So I am today playing Inquisitor Sabella. Sabella is a sister of battle, ascended a bit in rank to the point where, as you look across the room, there's just this massive, heavy power armored behemoth of a person-shaped silhouette that turns occasionally to scan the room.
Doesn't sit in a chair because there's nothing big enough for him.
No, the power armor weighs like half a ton. It's just it's an insane mass of machinery. When she talks, you can hear it's a gravelly, mechanical sound as her vocal implants. You can't see her wounds and battle scars through the power armor, but it is apparent through her many years of service that she has some bionic implants as well as needed. Her power armor is covered in devotional iconography, hexagrammatic war. She's got adamantine chains that are just sort of stretched across the shoulders and chest of the armor. And her helmet, you can see as it sort of glows and beeps with the auto senses as well as she both the environment and her armor scans the environment as well. She's wielding a massive hammer, standing as far away in this room as possible from Dustin's character, who we'll introduce in a minute, but keeping a very strict eye on him as well.
Excellent. I dig it. And finally, Dustin.
Yeah, standing in the opposite corner of the room, as far away from Mike as possible, stands the Inquisitor Azrael, wearing somewhat tight fitting robes, average height, somewhat lean, muscular build, with a very dirty, almost like a muted blonde mohawk, and piercing purple eyes. A result of spending too much time, maybe a little bit too close to the warp. Has had some lasting effects. I am a psyker. So I don't use weapons. I use magic to intimidate and destroy all those before me. And before we continue any farther, thank you to Emily who donated $25 for a player to have an automatic success on a roll, and the DM can roll randomly of who that goes to.
Gotcha. All right, I will do that.
So quickly pick up your D3.
Yes.
Don't tempt me. So, based on where I just rolled, Dustin, it looks like that goes to you, so you can bank that for later. And tell me how to spell your character's name.
Azrael. Azrael.
Okay, that's how I thought it was. I just didn't want to be
wrong.
Azrael. Spelled suspiciously like Tiffany.
Yes. But yeah, so somewhat tight-fitting robes. Azrael carries on a stashed on a hip loop. Has a warhammer that glows very faintly, but of a similar color to his eyes. And he also carries a laser pistol sidearm, and never going anywhere without his staff. And we have another donation already.
Oh, damn.
Anonymous has donated $50.
Shit. Good.
Okay.
I'm just picturing Azrael sweating nauseously because this room isn't
yes.
enough
So
for us to get separated.
So to start us off, I suppose we have a random encounter from a random enemy from the warp.
Well, here's what we're gonna do to offset that, because based on how the ship is designed, that's not quite an option yet.
Also, we have not even started yet.
Yeah, as much as I appreciate the fact that everybody wants combat right away, we're gonna save that briefly for a potential encounter once we get to the planet.
Excellent.
So
character introductions. Fight a demon.
Yeah, I mean, let's slow down just a little bit. Give me just a hair of time here. So Lord Inquisitor Typhyerius comes into the room, and he is a commanding presence. In his own right, he is wearing power armor with an energy about him that is almost uncomfortably holy. Like there's a faint golden glow about him. He carries a massive power sword on his hip, and what normal soldiers would wield as a bolter with two hands, he wields in one hand and hangs from his hip a double-barreled bolter rifle that sits partially across his arm so that he can wield it single-handed, and does so with deadly precision. There's a reason that he has been around. His armor glows a faint gold as well. It is adorned with battle scars of all kinds, las blasts and pockmarks and what appear to be the shredded cuts of claws from orcs or tyranids of some sort. He has seen countless battles. He has seen countless men live and die, and he still remains. He is not quite at the level of, god tier like the Emperor, but he's very clearly one of his angels. So he is someone that just carries a presence that when he walks into the room, you feel intimidated just by looking at him. He has this eye patch over his left eye, which is barely covering up this wicked cut scar down the center of that side of his face. And he speaks to you as a group, and even just his voice carries an air of mysticism and intimidation that you rarely ever see amongst people. So he looks at all three of you and says, "Welcome, my young ones, and thank you for being here. As you are well aware, the new hive for the new Forgeborn world of Paraxol has been facing an unprecedented crisis. Creatures have been showing up all over in places they have no business being, especially on a world such as ours. The city tower of Elgramain will be our place of entry, and we will be exploring all possible options in order to deal with this threat." And then he throws up a last display with his hand that shows various images of these weird hybrid creatures. You see what appear to be orcs, uh, but orcs don't have the ability to build technology to the extent that they would have these kinds of implants. I mean, we're talking orcs with bladed arms and intricate musculature built into these crazy powerful armatures, and weird spider-like leg contraptions. You also see
I'd
brief
like my donation to
flashes
be used
of
for
twisted
5x
and
psychic
evil
phenomena,
versions of
which I'm fine
Mechanicus
with being used
priests,
whenever
similar
at
to
DM's
yourself,
discretion.
Ian, that have
At least
very
one per
clearly
DM.
been twisted and
1x Animal
altered
Orphan
into
Counter, which I'm
unrecognizable
fine with being used
technological
whenever at the
forms.
DM's discretion.
You even see what appear to be termagants with technological implants, which is completely against how Tyranids work because they're a purely biological race, so there's no reason for them to have weird mechanical attachments or implants. It's not something that you would ever see. This is very clearly a problem that's being created by someone or something that you now have to investigate, because it's obvious that this is some form of unholy amalgamation of creature and machine, whether it be man or xeno or beast of some sort. Someone is taking all of these things and putting them together. The Lord
I
Inquisitor allows you to kind of take this in for a moment, and he kind of you can feel him studying you, uh, and trying to gauge your reactions and kind of feel you out. How's everybody reacting to what they're seeing so far?
I after seeing all of this, I look to Ian, and I'm sorry, what is Ian? What is your character's name again?
Gaius. Gaius Epsilon Balsar is the full name, but I guess most people would call him Inquisitor Balsar.
I was gonna say, are you gonna make us say your whole name every single time?
Every time.
I mean, knowing Ian, possibly.
That's why I asked.
Please, Inquisitor Balsar was my father. I am Gaius Epsilon Balsar, and no shorter. No.
I immediately look at Inquisitor Belsar and say, I say two things. First, in character, I say, how can creatures like this have access to such technology and abilities? The thing I say out of character is that we received another $100 donation from
Hot
Cole.
damn!
Thank you so much, Cole. Cole would like his donation to be used for the following: 5 psychic phenomena,
Oh,
God.
and 1 enemy warp encounter, all to be used at the DM's discretion.
All right. I
So-
appreciate that.
Sweet. So we've got 2 warp encounters and 5 psychic phenomena.
I'm
Correct.
putting those down right now.
Putting it on the docket. Yeah, no, there's.
That's
I
I'd like. We
remember-
haven't even gotten planet side yet. And already, I'm like, cool. We got to fight all this crazy nonsense.
Greg, I told you, 6 o'clock is prime time here at Nerd
I
House
love it.
Tabletop.
I love it.
Oh,
If I remember from last year when I ran, I was just like, I almost didn't have to have anything planned with just all the random nonsense that popped up.
love it. Love it.
But
In
yes, I
character- Oh, go ahead.
but yeah, in character, I turned to, and I'm sorry, can you repeat what is your character's name, Dustin?
Azrael.
Azrael. They should not, Inquisitor Azrael. I sense another hand is at play.
We should cut it off then.
Just for funsies, Trig, in
Yo.
these reports and such that I'm seeing, do I
Yeah.
see any evidence of Eldar or Necron technology?
Roll me.
Because I do have me Forbidden Lore,
Yes,
Xenos
so
Eldar and Xenos Necron.
I am aware. Yeah, you're gonna roll me a check, but I need to look at what your skills are off the top of my head here, so I know what
Yes.
I'm looking
For the most part, they are yes. Because I took Jack
Fair
of all
enough.
trades and Master of all trades.
Perfect.
Hell yeah.
at. Okay.
Oh, God.
Well, thank God
Uh,
someone is good at things.
I figured I was going to be the skill monkey.
You are the skill monkey.
I think I
With
think
our
I'm
powers combined,
I think I
don't
know like 4 different skills on the whole
I don't think
list.
we can fail an interrogation check if you assist. If you assist on an interrogation check, just know that I have plus 60 to those. if
Let's
you
have you roll
assist-
on the tech use table, because that seems to make the most sense when it comes to looking at a piece of technology that you might not be familiar with. So yeah, try a roll on the tech use table, but know, because this is such a weird circumstance, that the difficulty is going to be somewhat high, because you don't recognize this. So it's going to be a very hard check, which means you're going to take a minus 30 on this.
Okay. Let me roll. Nope, I fail it. I got an 80. So I do not know.
Yeah, so the threshold was up 60, and so yeah, unfortunately that one, it just means you don't recognize the.
Yeah.
That's all it comes down to. You recognize that it is very clearly fully integrated with their anatomy. Hold on a second. No, here, take it. It's fine. It's clear now. I had to lean forward. Okay. The joys of being at home. But you can see that the technology they're using, whatever it might be, is fully integrated. If you were to out of game make a comparison to it, it would be very similar to how the Borg assimilate to other creatures. It's a full integration into the anatomy of the creature. But where that technology is coming from, whether it be Eldar or Chaos or Dark Eldar or even Tau or Necron, you can't be sure. You know that the Tau are an incredibly advanced race. It's possible they may do this, but based on does anybody have a religion check that they can?
Oh, almost certainly. Is that a skill?
It's not necessarily. It'd be under scholastic
Lore.
lore, probably.
Yeah.
So
No, I've got Tactica Imperialis.
No.
I do, because once again,
Yes, you have all the
I have everything.
So roll on the scholastic lore
Okay.
table for me, because that you can figure out what it's not.
Okay.
And that one we'll do below hard. So we'll make that one only a difficult roll. So it's only a -10.
-10. Okay.
Yeah.
Uh,
And your threshold is 50 on this one.
Okay. So I didn't get below threshold, but I did pass under my skills.
Okay, perfect. That's okay. I'm going to do an either or
Okay.
a lot of the time for stuff like this, especially to keep the story moving along. I don't want to feel like you're going to be completely removed. So based on your understanding of how technologies from other cultures work, whether it be the Tau or the Eldar, you can safely say that it's neither of those, because the Eldar tend to have more psychically integrated technology that tends to have a more, shall we say, magical feel to it. And the Tau tend to be closer to how the Imperial technology works with a different, economic structure, but they have advanced weaponry that is not bonded to the creature. It's never utilized like that. They have a deep respect for the nature and power that comes from their planets, and so they have almost a caste system of tribal nature that would not allow them to integrate technology like this. It would be against their essential religion in a certain sense to allow this kind of integration of technology without sanctified abilities or again, similar to how the Imperium functions. They have a similar style of religious integration of technology, and this would be heresy under your circumstances. It's heresy for them too. So you can safely say that it's not the orcs because they're not smart enough. It's not the Eldar; they're too psychic, and it's not the Tau because they have too much respect. But it doesn't eliminate any of the, I guess, what we would consider more evil technology. It's entirely possible that some heretical tech priest has decided to try and make something new using some form of demonic integration or something along those lines. And the Inquisitor can see that you're all trying to scrutinize this, the Lord Inquisitor, and he says, while I would like to be able to give you more information, I'm afraid it's even beyond what my acolytes have been able to find, which is why you are all here. So let us rest and recuperate from a long journey as we arrive planet side. We should be there within a matter of hours. And so the massive ship traveling through the warp that you're on pushes through the last few portals to arrive on the planet world of Paraxol. As you pull down over the city tower, I should say, of Elgramane, you notice they've done a really nice job of taking what typically comes from a Forge World's ability to create and manifest and integrate that beautifully into a highborn world so that all of the technology is almost pristine and utilized in a beautiful and intelligent way. The sheer massive size of all of the city towers that you see scattered out in front of you are all glittering with emblazoned double eagles and garish colors and beautiful symbology from all the different houses that are represented and the tech priests and it's like a second imperial homeworld almost, that allows them to really just give everyone a sense of belonging and place within this imperial structure that we have, that have just these gorgeous buildings full of privileged and powerful people. I mean, truly, if this world were not built the way that it was, all of the people here would be effectively running their own planets. So you have just like an elite group of Imperials here, which is why this is such a big deal. We're talking about nobles, princes, all kinds of folks that are here, and powerful tech priests. People that Ian, your character would respect greatly. Technology similar to all of the amazing things that the Cult of the Machine God typically puts out. You see not your typical monoskulls, but what appear to be gorgeous, polished gold and silver monoskulls floating about, and robotic cherubim darting back and forth between towers, carrying messages and items of various technological capability. You see walking in amongst a couple of buildings as you pull closer to the tower. What appears to be a dreadnought carrying a forge. So it's like a mobile platform for allowing technology to be integrated into various places. And then at the very center of all of the different city buildings that city towers, you see the. Sorry, let me pull up the notes so that I'm getting all of my information. You see the core potentia, which is this basically like the heart of power in the planet city. So it's the main hub for integrating all of the power within the rest of the city area. It's a huge combination forge battery essentially that is not only powering everything but then allowing it to be a very large manufacturing hub within the structure of the city. So as you pull down, Typhyerius kind of ushers you all out, and you are met by the mayor of the city tower of Elgermain. His name is Dyrus Colto. He comes forward to greet you in these garish purple and gold robes. He's a very fat man with a shiny bald head that has been adorned with feathers in a weird kind of crown cap. His every finger has at least 2 rings on it. He's got golden chains coming down around his neck, connected in various places across his robes, and he bows deeply to all of you and says, "Welcome, Inquisitors. We are so happy to have you here." We squelch. All of a sudden, this portal opens up next to him, and this amalgamous beast falls through the portal and on top of him, and he is squished down into the ground into just this mess of flesh. And you find yourselves facing your first random encounter. Let me pull up our creature here.
Haste nobles, my favorite.
Wow, this saves me a lot of time to be really condescending to that wildly overdressed gentleman.
I'll be honest, I wasn't a huge fan of this character because I made him a real human being, so the fact that we can squish him right away just works so much better for me.
Excellent.
All right, let's find this messy creature. Okay, so you are faced in front of you with what appears to be some sort of skin worm. It's got metal wings that are made out of some form of unidentifiable technology, very similar to the reports you'd seen already. And it is much larger around than your standard skin worm. I'm trying to see if I can find an image here for you to see this nasty thing and the way that it looks, and I'm having trouble finding where I had my source material. So we're just gonna go with my physical description for it. So it's got just rows of teeth in this round gaping, about 5 or 6 rows. It is almost leech-like in the way that it approaches, but the bony protrusions around the outside, you can see are wrapped in what appears to be human skins that it has collected and put around itself. And then as it turns towards you after it squishes the mayor because it just fell straight out onto him, it turns and out from its maw pour three little like pincer blades that anybody that has xenobiological capabilities, so maybe forbidden lore, Ian, if you want to go on that real quick.
Okay.
It's going to be a 0 modifier, so as long as you get as long as you can meet or beat.
Yeah, nope, I got it.
Sweet.
So just so you know, my because my intelligence base is 65.
Jesus God. Okay, yeah. So there's not going to be a whole lot. You immediately pick up the fact that these pincer blades that come out are what it uses to skin its victims, and then likely just rolls around on the skin to attach itself. But you can see again that these wings are just this unholy amalgamation connected to it in a weird, seamlessly but unpleasantly and uncharacteristically attached way that it's now coming at you. I would say it's about as tall as Sabella, based on your description. So it is not a small creature by any stretch of the imagination. So we'll just go ahead and set this up, and we're going to give y'all a chance to react and do what you want to do. Who wants to go first?
Before we act first, my wonderful wife Sam has donated $25, which gives one player an automatic success. I assume that's what you want to do. Automatic success for somebody. Who would you like to give it to, Ian or Mike?
That one goes to. Oh, you can pick. Yeah, that's fine.
Who? Sam chooses Mike.
Okay.
So Mike, you can have an automatic success at some point.
An automatic success banked. Perfect. Yeah. So who wants to go first? First one to take a swing at this big old skin sucker.
It's the first time doing combat in the system. We have so many items and crazy things.
I think I will start because I think I'm hoping the thing that I want to do is very simple. I want to. I don't know if this is the correct vernacular, but I want to cast Puppet Master.
Okay. So, give me a breakdown on what that does.
So focus power. It is a difficult, which is -10. -10 opposed willpower test.
Okay.
I nominate a single target in range and line of sight.
Oh, dear God. Sorry, my wife is just getting home, so the dogs are losing. So it's an opposition test to what you have with a -10.
Yeah, it doesn't work if his wounds are 3 times my psyker level.
They are not. So I can safely 24. Tell you that. Oh yeah, no. There's no way. So we're not going to worry about that. We're going to see what happens. All right. Well, it rolled kind of high, but I also need to look at the adjustment for. Nope, that failed.
Okay.
So you've got a skin puppet now.
So, if he fails to resist the power, it is controlled by me like a puppet. For the duration, I can divide my actions between me and the target. The dominated target uses its own characteristics, but at a -10 penalty due to the cruelty of the control.
Got it.
You just command this thing to walk under the foot of the dreadnought as it's walking past?
Yeah, how far away is that dreadnought?
Or just leap off the side of a building.
It's pretty far. You saw it as you were coming in, but it's off in the distance. And as much as I would love to give you a skinwalker puppet, Typhyerius just rolled as well, and he has no interest in allowing amalgamations like this to continue. So he steps forward with his power sword and effectively cleaves it in two because he rolled stupid high and hit him in the head.
My instruction is to stand at attention, do not move.
Take the hit.
No, you did exactly what he expected you to do. Perfectly valid. It's just that he's also not in the mood for dealing with lesser forms of life, shall we say. He's a man with very little patience when it comes to nonsense like that. So I just need to see how bad this hits him in the head, because it critted, and it critted hard. And if you'll recall, when we had our session 0, that can get messy.
Yeah.
There we go. Critical effects to the head.
Yeah, seeing like this, I'm not even concerned about it. So Sabella's just walking away to try and give the psyker some space. She pulls out a skull from like off her back and tosses it into the air where it starts floating, and it just tries to maintain a distance just between me and the psyker and just continually relays me information about him.
Roger that. So as Dustin reaches out to capture with mind and basically freeze it in its tracks as it charges at you, Typhyerius steps forward and turns on his power sword, and it just crackles with this blue-green energy. And as he swings it forward, it casts not only a searing strike directly through the middle of the creature, cleaving it in two, but a wave of energy flies past it and down the path, with people dodging out of the way as this sudden burst of fire comes crackling forward. And this thing basically just falls into two smoking heaps on either side. And he says, "We have no time for this nonsense. Who is in charge when the mayor has passed?" And this meek little, I don't want to call him a mutant, but he's definitely not your average-looking human, slides forward with a hunched back and, equally grand robes, but, of lesser quality. And he stands there holding this large book that I expect was for the mayor to actually give you all, something. And he goes, "Ha, Lord Inquisitor, I am Grundor, and here to assist, however I may be of help. What may I do for you?" And he just kind of looks down at the creature and says, "Show us to our quarters. And have someone bring this to a room where we can inspect it." And he kind of just looks at the smoking husk and looks at the rest of you and says, "Unless any of you have any objections, of course."
That is fine.
Should we not begin our investigation immediately?
We have time to get ourselves comfortable. As you can see, these creatures can show up anywhere at any time. It's not to say that you shouldn't relax, but we are in need of knowing where our best influences will lie, and I believe that starts with us getting comfortable and in a space where we can perform the most effective inquisition we can. And so Grundor kind of scrambles and picks up things that he can find on the mayor's body, because as that thing split, it kind of opened back up the puddle of human remains that was the mayor. So he's like picking up keys and digital tablets and stuff, and like looking at them, trying to see if they are still viable. And he's like sticking them in this little shoulder bag that he has, and he's carrying this book that's almost the size of him, and says, "Right away! Please follow me forward, please." And so he ushers to a couple of monoskulls that help kind of open doors and guide you to your quarters. and then you see a couple of servo cherubim come in and create a digital, like almost like a hard light platform that picks up the body of the skinwalker and starts flying it towards a conference room that it lays it down on the large table of. And then Grundor leads you all to quarters right across the way. You each have your own space. Very garish ballrooms with very large beds. And he lets you know that anything you might need, to simply ask for Grundor or summon one of the various monoskulls, and they can relay the information and get it to you right away. And so you all, drop what gear you need to drop, and Typhyerius is you drop your gear, and you will all go into the room, and Typhyerius is already standing at the table, and he's scrutinizing this creature carefully, looking at what it's done, and he looks at all of you and says, "Please join me and let us see what we can learn." And he's got his sword set off to the side, and his bolter is sitting on his hip, but he has laid out on the table next to the skin walker this mess of, or skinworm rather, this mess of it's essentially medical tools to kind of start excising and dissecting this creature. So you guys can choose to assist him or begin your own investigation capacity. He looks at each of you and says, "Please, there is no need for a respective title here. As far as I am concerned, you are all of equal rank and level, and here for all of us to assist one another. So please do not feel that the Lord Inquisitor title is something that keeps me above you. I want this to be an open space for us to communicate freely, speak without concern of retribution. I wish to know your thoughts. Let us begin." And he starts cutting around where the wings are on the left side of the body. Who wants to do what on where?
I want to the little sniveling weasel man. It was a Grundor.
Rondor, yes.
I want to summon him because I want I want a copy of like all of the like briefings and all of the information about whatever the hell's going on that we've had, and I want to start like poring over documents because dissecting a creature is not in my.
Cool. Okay, so you have a seat at the end of the conference table, and you tap on one of the mono skulls, and it goes off and comes back with Grundor in tow, and he comes scrambling in. He was standing right next to the mayor, so he's still covered in goo, essentially, like a mixture of both the skin worms, juices, and the fact that the mayor is squished. So he's like half bloody and a little, squishy. Every time he steps, you can hear like as he comes into the room and says, "Yes, illustrious Inquisitor, how may I assist you?" And you explain what you need, and he says, "Right away, sir." And he goes scrambling off and sends in a servo cherubim that brings you a data pad that allows you to start poring over all of the reports. Okay. So give me. Where did you go? Give me a lore check. Just a standard, common lore check.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So in order to do that, I roll my percentile.
Mm-hmm.
And I have rolled 10, so that's probably good. So do I just need to roll under my intelligence? Because the only common lore I know is Astra Telepathica, which doesn't apply here, I assume.
Sure. Unless this is essentially for investigation purposes, and I mean it's also if you want to supplement that with scrutiny, you can apply that in order to kind of boost your ability to look at things faster and more more distinctively. Oh, geez.
Okay. So for scrutiny, I get a +10. So again, that would be like my intelligence +10. I need to roll under that. Is how it works.
Yes.
Okay. My intelligence is 48, so 10 is definitely lower than 58.
Yeah. So you're in good shape. It just means that you're going to be able to go more distinctly and more quickly by skimming the things that you know are going to be inconsequential.
Mm-hmm.
So you start pouring through these documents off to the side, and you can see that there have been so far 20 to 30 encounters over the course of a random number of days and weeks. There's no discerning pattern to the appearance of these creatures. There's no discerning location where they seem to be generating from. They appear truly randomly at various parts of the city, never in the same place twice, and never the same type of creature. I mean, you now have seen a skinworm. You've seen in the other report didn't have from the Lord Inquisitor when he gave it to, because he was still given information that wasn't fully up to date. You see now what appears to be a demon of Zinch that had technological implants put in. You found what looks to be an Eldar, horribly mangled in different technological ways. So new and other horrifying things have now come to light. There's never more than 3 to 4 creatures at a time so far. So the fact that you only ran into one has been helpful. And everything that they've seen so far has never been able to do an inoperable amount of damage to the city structure or any of the forge components or anything like that. So it's become more and more concerning simply because of randomness of where these things are coming from, but it has not fully disrupted daily life, which is why I suppose not everybody is as upset as they could be
Okay.
over the circumstances.
So there's no armies. There's no Godzilla coming through one of these portals.
Not so far.
Destroy. But the
No, there
only
doesn't
common
appear to be.
yeah, but
I'm
the
sorry, go
only
ahead.
common thread is creature plus technological implants.
Thus far, yes, that is the only thing that you've seen so
Okay.
far. Ian, are you going to assist him with the technological side, or are you going to do?
I am going to do the body because, unlike Dustin, that is very much
Very
in my
much your wheelhouse.
Um, so in fact, like narratively, like 4 out of my 6 mechadendrites unfurl. 2 of them are manipulators that like grab and hold the body, and then I have a Medicae one that comes out to do cutting and suturing. All the while, I have an optical one to provide light and magnification. Um,
Perfect.
and I kind of just assume in this room, like there's operating table and then like whatever computer terminal.
Yeah.
I want to plug myself in via my interface port. So then any and all data that I'm collecting gets put up on the screen so
Perfect.
that others can see it too.
Roll me a Medicaid check.
Okay.
Just to I know again this will probably be trivial for you, but let's go ahead and see it so that we know that it's there and doing things. While you're doing that, Michael, what are you part of this?
Probably just realistically, Medicae and other things like that are not going to be my area of expertise either. I'm going to be searching around for anybody who might know things, just using, I guess, probably perception or awareness, trying to find is there anybody we've passed or seen or like in the room who seems to know more than they're letting on, even if it seems like it might be trivial things. Somebody who's just like sort of mousy or might know something helpful, is just not very.
Yeah, I mean, there's been various people walking around the up to this point. that are in and out and maybe leaning in just to look at you. But so far, nobody that has looked to be odd per se. But while Dustin is poring over the reports, roll me a scrutiny check.
Scrutiny. Oh, that's not good. Perception or no, sorry, that's security, not scrutiny. Reading's hard.
It does use it's either perception or general.
Perception, yeah. So
Yeah.
not good. 25.
Okay, cool.
Perception 30. So yeah.
Solid. All right, success. I'll take it. That's great. So yeah, you as you're looking around, you notice that Dustin has a particular piece of video pulled up of the encounter that you just had, and you notice an odd-looking hooded figure that seems out of place from the rest of the group, standing further down the platform, observing what occurred. And as the creature is cleaved in twain, it begins typing. You can't tell if it's male or female. They begin typing on a data pad as they walk away and out of shot of the camera. Grundor's been back and forth into the room to check on too, so you can always ask him for information. And he almost bumps into you at one point. Fucking huge. So he like comes around. And he's like
standing in place as like a giant statue, and just like turns slightly, and it's just like, oh god.
He's got a muscle memory built in, so he's hulking mass being in the way of that particular pathway. So he comes around. Oh my good. Apologies, Grand Inquisitor. Your large friend here, they seem to have an air of, shall we call it, heebie-jeebies? Is there a place we could put them that will not make us quite so uncomfortable? And Typhyerius shoots him this, like, dirty look of almost, how dare you say that about one of my, soldiers? And he looks up and realizes, 1,000 apologies, Grand Inquisitor. Grundor shall punish himself. And he takes two of the monoskulls and just starts bashing himself in the head. And Typhyerius is like, stop. Please assist Sabella with what I feel she may have just found within the videos. Can you find us other camera feeds for what just occurred in that? Then Grundor just kind of stops hitting himself and like has these basically two little dents in his skull where he's pounded himself quite a bit. And another monoskull comes in and starts like repairing the damage on his face, because in the time that it took for him to get here, all of the bureaucratic paperwork went through, and he's not wearing the same chains the mayor. And he's the mayor because he was the next person in line. So he's dealing with that on top of trying to assist you. As the skull fixes his head, he looks at Sabella and says, "Please accept my humblest apologies, Inquisitor. I shall take care of this right away for you." And then he comes scurrying out of the room to go and find you more of the video feed so that he can get it directly to you guys. In the process of all of you doing this, Typhyerius has managed to, with scarily accurate medical precision, he doesn't strike you as somebody who would have that kind of knowledge, has managed to extract a portion of the wing from the flesh to help study the integration. And you notice this eerie green light coming from the wing, this energy almost. All of you can attempt this, but give yourselves a tech use across the group to see if maybe something new comes to light in your examination of. And he is going to do the same.
I have an ability here, the Halo of Command. So, and
Sure.
I just as everybody's going about their business here, I'm essentially just trying to assist. Using I I'll just read the ability real quick. When targeting
Yeah.
friendly NPCs through skills that have either leadership or social aptitudes, which is charm, command, deceive, inquiry, interrogation, and intimidate, I can affect those within 600 meters of me.
Oh, okay.
So like everybody within 600 meters of me as I'm walking around, just I'm not giving any specific commands. I'm just sort of looming over people, nodding and like walking away. But anyone within 600 meters of me is affected by my aura of command of like
Got it.
to work on this thing. This is the most important thing in your life right now.
Got it. Yeah.
The other thing I'm going to do before this happens, and let me know if this isn't the right circumstance, but I have an ability called precognition. I
Yeah.
make a hard, which is -20 science test. If I
Okay.
succeed, I gain 8 rerolls to be used by any allies before the end of my next turn.
Oh god, you guys really did create monsters, didn't you?
Yes.
Maybe
Yes,
I don't have to rebalance this for 5 for 3 players from the 5. It just means this will be on par for. Dear God. Okay. Yeah. Cool.
You gave us a
Okay.
lot of XP.
Yeah, I did. I gave you a lot of XP. Correct that later. We'll see what.
And by the way, unless there's negatives, if it's a Medicaid or tech use, I basically can't fail.
Okay.
Because currently my bonuses is 105.
Cool.
Jeez.
All right. So did you roll again for tech use?
Not for tech use.
Okay. Yeah. Give me a tech use roll.
Okay. Once again, I rolled under 105.
Okay. Perfect. So
is it a crit fail if you roll 100?
Okay, I did not roll 100. I rolled a 62, but
okay, perfect.
And I did succeed that precognition.
Perfect. All right, so you have 8 bankable rerolls.
Yes,
Holy
8
crap.
Rerolls, but they have to be used before my next turn.
Okay, all right, good to know.
So now I'm gonna roll tech use.
So well, Dustin, let me know what you get on those rolls tech use. But Ian, you notice as you see Typhyerius kind of removing this wing attachment that there are glowing runes down the side of it the further into the flesh it goes. And the fact that he's excising it and pulling it out, you notice, despite the fact that that he cut this thing in half, you're seeing inside that half of the body that he's working on where the tendrils are now kind of removing themselves, and they've worked themselves into basically the central nervous system of this thing. It's attached to nerves and blood supply and musculature that it is not, but I mean truly intricately, almost as if it were meant to be there in the first place. And so as it's pulled and excised, you see him start to remove it, and these runes with this odd energy you're not familiar with as you draw it out. So with that tech use success, you seem to recognize that you've seen these runes before in your Forbidden Lore studies. So give me a Forbidden Lore check.
And Trig, real quick, if you do not know a skill, you take a -20 to it. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay.
Correct.
So it's essentially it's basically like, because you are unskilled in it, you're not going to be good at it, so you're going to effectively be punished no matter what.
Right.
Because this game is designed to really like enhance your strengths and force you to face your weaknesses.
I just wanted to make sure that I had that math correct.
Yes, I believe you are correct. I will double check now you said that.
Yeah,
so let me double check.
Just so you know, Trig, it's not all skills that I have absurd pluses to.
Well, I know. It just happens to be the technology.
Yeah, it's like the 2 we're doing, like the 2 that I have super insane, but like so the rest of them, yes, I have a healthy chance of failing.
Makes perfect sense.
Forbidden. Speaking of, I fail. I fail the forbidden lore.
Yes, but you do have a party member who just
Oh yes.
banked a whole bunch of rerolls for you.
I'm assuming we can only use one.
Well, ask
I
Joseph.
get 8. They have to be used by like the
Okay.
end, like the beginning or the end of my next turn. So
Alright,
I will
well, I
leave that
rerolled
up to the dungeon master.
and that one did succeed. I got 61
Okay,
under 75.
perfect. So for the at the first glance, you didn't notice because why would you? You wouldn't have known this technology. They're still fairly new to the Imperium in the way that you've been studying them. But at the second glance now, up close with this thing directly in front of you and seeing those runes, you recognize them as Necron. They have this Egyptian quality hieroglyphics that are glowing green and truly integrated into the body of this creature. Now, based on your lore knowledge of Necrons, this also makes no sense because Necrons despise biologicals. They view you as an anomaly, and that you must be removed from the equation, this grand equation that they have as part of their driving force in the wars that they wage across the galaxies. It would not behoove them to typically be creating hybrids that use both technology and organic flesh. So this is incredibly odd. And Typhyerius sees that you recognize this and asks you, "What do you notice here, Tech Priest? Please share with the rest of the group. You share this information and relay that so that everybody is aware of what's going on."
These are Catanic runes, but much like everything else we've seen, it runs contradictory to how the Necrons operate.
Yes, the Necrons. I remember the reports. I've not faced them myself, but I know they are formidable. They tend to view us as anomalies, yes?
They are,
We
one
must
could
be
say, very
removed.
much technological opposites to the Tyrants.
Sabella, as you are standing and kind of utilizing your presence to notice things, you get this weird feeling from Typherius. Almost unsettled, mixed with just the faintest hint of fear. Because this is not something he's familiar with and being in the know. You can't quite place what's causing the feeling, but because of your command leadership, you can kind of feel this air of unease from him that's out of place for a lord.
This is the Lord Inquisitor feeling.
Yes, Typherius is kind of giving off this aura of uncomfortable, just I don't want to call it anxiety, but
yeah,
something along those lines. Whatever a fearless warrior might display as a small amount of anxiety.
What troubles you, Lord Inquisitor?
It is this contradictory nature frightens me to a degree. To see technology integrated in this heretic form across so many, not just those of the Emperor, the Xenos and the lesser creatures, demons even.
Without really not on purpose, I just sort of glance over at Belsar for a second before turning back.
It's just, oh, jeez. And so he starts to try and dissect the wing itself to try and maybe pull apart the runes and get into a better position of being able to look at what technology is. Everybody roll me a perception, or not perception, what is it called?
Well, perception is the characteristic.
Right. I'm trying to figure out which
Scrutiny?
Awareness.
Yeah, do everybody do me an awareness. Let's do that one. I'm trying to find the one that best fits what I'm trying
So
to
if we're not
display
trained,
here.
we should add 20 to our roll, right? Is that how that works? Because we get a 20.
However way you want to look at it, either minus 20 from the DC your characteristic or plus 20 to your roll. You know, it however makes the better sense in your head.
With a 16, I handily succeed.
Perfect. Excellent. So, with your quick awareness, you notice as he starts to split one of the runes that the rest of the wing starts to glow in an unnatural, almost overload kind of way. And so, do you let him know, or are you going to just let this play out?
I am going to. As a reflex, I am going to cast telekinetic control.
Okay.
Chaos control, got it.
Chaos control.
Silver bursts through the door. Chaos control.
I am going to target his hand. I'm essentially casting like mage hand. Is
Okay.
how this works.
Got it. Okay.
I can affect an object up to 80 meters away, with a weight limit no more than 16 kilograms.
Perfect. Okay. Yeah, it doesn't
and
weigh that much.
Like, it is a reflex to stop his hand.
Okay.
Like, I'm grabbing it at a distance.
Perfect. As you stop his hand, he almost looks up at you as if, with a look of, "What are you doing, and how dare you?" But then he turns and sees the rest of the wing is starting to crackle and almost overload, and he realizes what you've done. So he grabs it with his other hand and he throws it as high as he can get it. And the ceilings in this place are cathedral level, so we're talking a good, 10 to 20 stories up. And due to the strength that he carries behind that arm, it goes a good 100, 200 feet in the air and then explodes as shrapnel and pieces just kind of fall down on you guys. Nothing at a level where it would be dangerous or a threat because of the distance that it's traveled, but you basically just get showered in parts as different things fall down across the room. And he realizes what you've done, and he says, "Thank you."
I just respond, "Apologies. My hands are often faster than my voice."
All is well. So he realizes what you've done and appreciates that, and takes a moment to figure out what could be done with the other wing now. He kind of just sits back and starts to look at it with more scrutiny than he had prior, to see if perhaps there's a way to get this to work and still allow you all to study it without losing the technology, because it's very clear that if you mess with it the wrong way, it's going to blow up in your face as a backup, to eliminate its ability to. Yeah, so fail safe, so to speak. So he says, perhaps our best bet at this level would be to further study the other pieces of information. And so you all kind of take a step back from the body, and you all go to start examining the things that have been gathered up to this point. And Sabella, you have since received further camera feeds leading away from the palace of the mayor, showing that unidentified hooded figure traveling through uh, the the area and then disappearing down what I guess you could describe as an access tunnel, and then losing camera feed because of the lack thereof as it travels down into the underdepths, which is the lower part of the Forge World's construction within the highborn structures. They don't go down there typically because it's where the sausage gets made, and they don't want to see that. At least not without. I'm sorry.
I grab whatever acolyte is like showing me this feed and like, yes, and you can see here where they go here and then they go through here. It's like, good. Lead the
Yes.
way.
And so the acolyte, who's all too happy to help you because of your just aura of leadership, is like trying. Oh yes, right away. We shall place a cordon around the access tunnel and ensure that no further entrances or exits will occur until you arrive. And so he runs off, and Grundor comes skulking back into the room to see if he can offer further assistance. Says, "Do any of you require sustenance, or perhaps batteries? I'm unsure of what tech priests eat. I had prepared, or the mayor had. Well, I suppose now I am the mayor. A meal was prepared. Should you require it, and you are welcome to."
I just hold up a hand, as he's talking. I just hold up a hand, just a giant gloved power fist of a hand, and just.
Oh my!
And then I look over at Azrael and Belsar, and we know where he disappeared. Shall we go?
Without saying anything, I stand from my seat, and look to the Grand Inquisitor and say, "Will you accompany us, or will you remain here to continue this work?" Pointing at the
I
body.
will stay and begin gathering further data from what we have already been able to, and see if I can gain further tech priest assistance from others so that you and the rest of the inquisitorial team may be able to find whatever creature it was that skulked off. Gaius, though I do appreciate your assistance, I shall grab several other hands to allow what you can do yourself. Basically, he's freeing you of your burden of trying to assist him, so that he can continue studying this creature and any of the others that they have, allow you guys to freely kind of explore. So he looks at Grundor and says, "Where was that food again?" And he goes, "Oh yes, Lord Inquisitor, right this way, please. Grundor shall simply eat crumbs off of the floor. Thank you so much. Please, this way." So he ushers Typhyerius out, who kind of rolls his eyes and says, "Please investigate further and stay in contact with me via our internal communications. And please let me know of any other findings you may run into."
I pull a Vox caster off of my belt and just show it to him. It has 100-kilometer range. We will stay in touch.
Do not hesitate to bypass the range by utilizing the monkey skulls. They'll be able to boost the signal should you travel too far for its range.
Very good.
So he basically, I'm not going to cut you guys off your ability to talk to one another. I want you to be able to stay in contact. So feel free to not worry about the range of the device, and we can keep going. All right.
On our way out, I just want to make sure that we have as many like still frames of this whatever hooded person that we can from as many different angles
Sure.
to take with us.
Yeah.
Which, with all the camera feeds that had picked them up, I don't anticipate that being difficult. I just want to, saying it out loud, I want to make sure that we have them.
Sure. So you could bring the data pad with you. It's not going to take up much space in your ability to be able to move. In the process of you trying to dive through all of the information about this person, whoever they are, you notice that they're very, very hiding their face and ensuring that they're not giving away who or what they are. They've done a beautiful job of staying stealthy almost in identifying themselves, essentially, trying to prevent their identity from being seen. So as you travel across the city to the location, you find a...
as we travel through the city, we do still have one random encounter and 5
Yes,
psychic
I'm aware.
phenomena. But I'm just sitting here just like waiting for the hammer to drop. So.
I do have a plan for that, not to worry.
Okay, all right, cool.
So I do appreciate the reminder, but I had already planned on that being in a particular location that's going to come up here that was not initially planned, but I think it'll work with where it's going to be.
Sabella's using her mag boots as we traverse the city to... I assume the tech priest and the psyker have their own ways of floating and swinging and doing other things. So I'm like leaping from building to building with mag boots, just clunk.
So yeah, the tech priests had initially brought you a platform to be able to travel on to get to the city, but you just jump off and start running from building to building, and they just kind of look at each other and they're like, okay, that's fine. And so then they look at the rest of you and kind of go, please. So they look at Gaius and ask, are you also going to jump with magnet boots? Or would you...
I get on the platform.
I also get on the platform.
I make my presence known.
Yes,
I have that command. The what is it? Halo of command is 600 meters around me, so I'm just making myself visible in the city.
Yeah.
Anyone who should be inspired by the presence of the Emperor should be very inspired.
Well, and it's very much working. You're noticing turning towards you, and governors and lords of state that are there visiting to recognize you all three of you are well known throughout the explored space because you are Inquisitors. You're not exactly again, you're not gods, but you are known. There are people that are aware of you. Does Sabella, is she from a particular chapter? Is she an Ultramarine?
Well, no, she's from the Sisters of Battle, so the Adeptus
Sisters of Battle. Okay, roger
and
that.
So
okay.
like her power armor also has all of the I forget what that's called. Sorry, the devotional iconography and the hexagrammatic wards too. So it's just the glory of the Emperor painted across armor and chains and just
perfect.
Yeah,
love that. Yeah, so your presence not only is being made by you jumping across buildings in your mag boot, simply the look of your armor gets people to recognize you and know that you're there. And Azrael, your psychic presence has also been felt by many of the other psychers on planet. So you see a particular chapter of librarians that have been talking amongst themselves in one of the buildings that happen to feel your presence and all turn and psychically greet you as you float past on the platform. And the tech priests are standing there in awe of Gaius because of his almost full integration of man and machine. They're just, fascinated by the fact that he is effectively what all of them strive to become over time. And so as you all arrive at the area where the enemy was last, well, as you shouldn't say enemy because we don't know yet. As the humanoid was last seen, you all roll me awareness as you arrive with the acolytes floating about.
And I imagine too, just my presence with all of you mentioned the psychers, and I'm just picturing them like psychically greeting, and then
They get upset when they see you go by. Yeah, because of that air of like, who the oh, gross, stop. And then they see the psyker float by, and they're like, yeah, cool, you're all right, Azrael. But like Sabella floats by, and they're like, look, it's not that we don't like you, it's that we can't work around you. Okay, just knock it off. Ugh. What do we got here, gang? What are
I failed as hell.
Okay.
81.
You said awareness,
Yes, awareness.
which is perception.
So I got 101.
I succeed, but only just.
Okay, perfect. You have to notice. Ian, did you roll for that one?
I did, and I just barely failed.
Okay. Well, then, by sheer luck, Dustin happens to notice a piece of foreign technology that is sitting on the ground down there towards the entrance to the under space.
I immediately called for the platform to halt.
Well, it's already halted. You guys.
Oh, okay, right. Okay.
And you pull up to it, and then as you do, you notice this. It almost looks like it feels psychic, just from you picking it up. There's this odd energy that's floating through it. It's just a simple piece of tubing, but it carries almost a psychic charge to it. And do you show it to the rest of the group, or do you keep it to yourself?
I definitely show it to the rest of the group.
Okay. Ian, roll me some more Forbidden Lore.
Perfect. Good.
And it has like a almost like a psychic aura on it.
Yeah, it's you're trying to tap into it, but it's resisting you because it's a foreign psychic energy.
Can I try?
You can try Science.
Either Science or Forbidden Lore the Warp.
Yeah, you can try either one of those and see if it'll work. So you can both roll on that. Sabella, I don't know how much you're going to be helping, because if you get too close to it, I don't know what's going to happen.
I'm just staying away. My monotask servo skull is just like right over Azrael's shoulder, watching what he does, turning occasionally to look at him.
Perfect. Oh, what an excellent way for you to still be able to participate. I'll just put this over here and beam it to my brain. That'll work.
Yep. I'm standing at the entrance and I'm like asking questions. I'm interrogating people as they walk past. You know, who goes down here? Who have you seen? What people frequent such a place?
Cool. I will definitely get to that role play. Give me just a moment. Let me check in with
all guys. That's just where my character is as they're
totally. I definitely want to play that out. We'll mess with that in a second. So, fellas, what were our results here?
Pretty spiffily. So because there's so much shit I forgot a thing. So with my 95 total skill thing, I rolled an 18.
Okay, perfect. So Dustin, as the more that you kind of study it and probe it with your psychic capabilities, you start to crack into what it is and where its connection to the world is from. And Ian, you recognize the stylization and shaping of the technology. Even within just a simple tube, you can see that it's been crafted with an almost laser-like precision that allows it to hold those energies. And between the two of you, you're able to determine that this is a piece of Eldar technology. It's, again, just a simple tube, but it's definitely Eldar, which leads you to believe that the person may have entered that space might also be Eldar. You can't say for sure, but the evidence is starting to lean in that direction. And then Sabella, as you are starting kind of interrogate anyone that's walking by, or anyone that will offer information, several acolytes are saying, "I'm so sorry that we don't have any information, but we're happy to however we can," and then go scrambling off to try and find other people. And as you start to talk to people, they start to talk to people the same way. Like they start almost harassing citizens, like, "Who are you? Where have you been? Where? Just show us your information. Like, show us your papers." And like, "Where have you been for the last 2 hours? And tell us what you might know about this technology." And there's just like, there's women and children walking by, like, "I don't know. Please, we were going to food. We need to eat." And so they get ushered off. And
occasionally, the more aggressive ones, I occasionally walk up behind the acolyte. It's just like pat them on the head, just like gently.
Apologies.
The Emperor's people are our people. Treat them with care.
So the more that you are able to kind of feel these energies, you start to feel the energy from another person that seems to be a bit more frightened by what has occurred, and comes up to you partially out of just general fear of your presence and intimidation to the fact that you're a scary, huge battle sister, and says, "My Grand Inquisitor, I happened to notice a thin figure in a red robe enter that space not but an hour ago. I believe it was around the time of your arrival in battleship. I would assume that was you, simply because of the sheer size and grand entrance that was made." And he's this quiet man that just is wearing simple clothes and carrying a stack of books. And he just looks. He reminds you of like a college professor with not a lot of chutzpah or charisma. He's
So
just
Milo from Atlantis.
Yes. Oh, I didn't want to make that comparison, but I'm so glad. Yeah, kind of like that with a much
immediately
calmer approach. Yes. Will do. Thank you. Sorry.
Can I roll charm to just like you have done well? Thank you for
Totally.
your service to the Emperor.
100%. I have to watch my volume levels because my son has just fallen asleep, and so I just need to be very
Don't
careful.
wake the baby.
No, definitely not. Not one we're going to want to deal with.
So I rolled a 65, but I have plus 20 for charm, and my fellowship is 60, so 45 with a goal of 60. I think is how that works.
Perfect. Yes, that is great. That is plenty to be able to. You see him kind of just relax a little bit. Oh, thank you. I do greatly appreciate your recognition of my ability to see what may need to be seen. And so he relaxes a little bit and says, "Is there anything else I may be of assistance for you in your ability to track this humanoid?"
Are there maps or someone who can guide us through this place?
Well, unfortunately, I am unable to locate anything along those lines simply because I am a professor here amongst the Highborn. But perhaps there is one down below, a tech priest that may have better information than I can offer you. I do not carry such information, but I believe it can be located if you head further into the depths. And roll me an awareness.
So good at these. No.
No. Okay. Well, you happen. So this is what you do know is that one of the books he's carrying does appear to be ornately gilded.
Mm-hmm.
It's got golden corners and a very nice spine, and You don't recognize the Latin that's there, but you know it has something to do with the with combat and its study. And he is very clearly not a combatant.
Yeah.
But it's looking like he wants to be. He just doesn't have the build for it yet. And so
I have Scholastic Lore, Tactica, Imperialis, and Linguistics High Gothic.
oh yeah, roll
So,
that one
so
for me then.
perhaps I can
Yes,
recommend a training regimen or a book to him to.
you very well may be able to.
No, probably not. No, it's a 69 with my 30 intelligence. So
Oh man, having a tough time on those rolls. Yeah. Um, well, regardless, he appreciates that you were so kind to him, and he says, if there's any information or assistance that I can offer when you are here in the higher sections of the city, please do not hesitate to reach out to me. And he gives you his card, and it says Simon Callis, Professor Emeritus for the College of Weapons Design and Integration. So he's essentially like a tech priest without any tech uh, stuff. He's more of a scholastic study of weapons and technology and tactics in his attempts to uh, try and be a better servant to the emperor.
may the Emperor's light guide you, and then I just start down the stairs.
And you as well. And so all of you gather around, kind of share your information with one another, and Simon goes scurrying off to wherever it is he's going to go. And then a servitor skull appears with a video feed from Typhyerius, who says, "My friends, before you travel any further, please indulge and wait for me just but a few brief moments. I must do something for you before entering the underdepths." And you see the feed cut out, and then are you going to wait? Or are you going to go?
If it's only a moment or two, we can wait.
Okay, yeah,
I do not intend to wait very long because we are literally
Okay.
chasing this unknown person.
And I would never disobey the orders of a Lord Inquisitor, so I will stand
Perfect.
here until the world collapses.
Excellent. All right. So as you are all waiting there, it doesn't take very long, but you see bursting out of the clouds is a gray gold form that you recognize with huge energy wings, like folded four over, like just bolting through the sky, and then he comes and lands next to you with this shimmer and disappearance of the wings, and Typhyerius is standing there like a fallen angel down in front of all of you, and says, "Before you travel into these unknown depths, I wanted to ensure that all of you would receive something for your assistance to guide you moving forward." Um, and he wants to especially thank Dustin for his saving from earlier. So he grants your weapon a charm that anoints it with a faith power. So your hammer gains Sacred Shield, and it grants a plus 15 bonus to parry tests against demons and warp creatures. And then you get to re-roll this result if the base weapon is unwieldy. Ian, he looks at you and grants a charm that attaches to your. Do you have a melee weapon? I'm trying to remember.
Yes, the tech axe.
It is the tech axe. Okay, yes, perfect. Um, so he attaches a charm to your tech axe, which grants it Aether Blade. So the weapon ignores the physical armor of demons entirely, such warp conjured material with. So you get to ignore physical armor demons that might be coming through. And because everything you face so far technically is coming from the warp, he's doing this as a precaution. And then for Sabella, he grants your weapon Holy Flame, which gives demons struck by this weapon burst into crackling white-hot flames. Successful hits do an additional 1d5 energy damage that ignores armor and tough.
All right. Excellent.
So he recognizes your commitment to the work that you have done. Says, please, my friends, be safe as you travel through this area. Know that I am here should you require assistance, and we shall get to the bottom of this once and for all. Everybody roll me an awareness check on that.
I'm just so good at these. I'm so ready. An 89.
Actually,
The dice
Sabella, give me
with 4 penalties.
I take that back. Give me a scrutiny.
A scrutiny. I'm also not trained in that one, so same roll. Just
Okay.
You bring
Got it.
people to me, I'll make them squeal. But
Fair enough. What about the other two?
I blow it out of the water. I rolled a 14.
Excellent.
Jesus.
And apparently my wife's dice only hate her because I've been rolling great this entire time.
You've been killing.
I was unable to locate my huge bag of dice before we started. For the life of me, I can't figure out where the hell and how I put them. But I did manage to find my set of D&D dice from my last production of She Kills, and they're rolling really well. So thanks, NNHS. I really appreciate it. They're doing great. Cool. So Ian, you might not. I don't know if you passed or not.
I did, yes. I
perfect.
didn't quite super blow it out of the water like Dustin.
That's all good.
Yes, I succeeded.
You and Dustin both noticed that there's almost a sadness and a concern coming from him that is almost imperceptible, but it's just these micro expressions on his face that offer an air of worry. Like he's genuinely concerned that you guys might not, you might run into something you can't come back from for some reason.
Yeah, you guys notice that. I'm already going down the stairs.
You're like, thank you, sir. And then down the tube you go. You barely fit, by the way.
Just scraping the walls.
Yeah, truly. Like it's not built for power armor. But yeah, he has this air of parental concern around all three of you, and making sure that okay. I think that's part of the reason why you think that's part of the reason he gives you these added blessings is just as erring on the side of caution and ensuring that you return. So you start to tube. Sabella obviously first and is barely able to get down this ladder because of the sheer mass being carried by her power armor as you get down to the first level that then opens into this sprawling, almost technological underdark. Imagine, anything you've seen in cyberpunk or think like if you were to take the crime-ridden streets of Detroit in RoboCop and apply them more to a technological wasteland of sorts underneath. You see servitor monoskulls are floating about, carrying bits of scrap and things and moving around. You see cherubim and tech priests and various other lower caste citizens that are patching parts and rebuilding technology and ensuring that pipes and power conduits are flowing to the proper locations and moving through where they need to be. It's this amalgamation of almost service that's occurring at this, even just this first level down below the highborn section of the area. But you also start to see some of that highborn tech being integrated down here, and it's clear that it's working its way down to try and balance things, but it's not quite there yet. There are integrations of Forge and highborn tech down here in new and interesting ways. Not all the catwalks are black and ominous. Some of them are gilded and shinier, but they feel almost out of place because of the massive shift in difference between the two. As you all start to load down onto this first platform before recognizing the sprawling area, you notice a figure at a data terminal in a red robe that looks eerily similar to the one that you had already seen on the camera feeds.
Oh yeah, he's getting.
I'm gonna do the thing that I did to the creature before, Puppet Master. I'm just gonna
What's the range
grab.
on it?
That is on page 214.
I'm gonna. I would like to also just make an intimidate check and just like using. I've got a vocal implant that acts as a loud hailer. So just
Okay.
in here in the echoing cavernous underneath of all, just this monstrous voice. You in the red cloak, stand at attention.
The range on my Puppet Master is 10 meters per psi rating, which is 8. So 80 meters.
So 80 meters. Well, unfortunately, that figure appears to be about 200 meters away. They're not close, but the booming sound of Sabella shouting, stand and hold, does get their attention, and they turn, and you see a mask with what appears to be a breath filter down across with straight bars and glowing blue pointed goggles attached to what appears to be a very smooth black plastic helmet with almost those of you who can perceive it from the distance, depending on how good your technology is. Ian, you probably noticed this because of the way that your eyes work. There's almost a mottled camouflage pattern to it with this red cloak that appears to be out of place on their body because it almost seems too big and appears to be Imperial material, but whatever they're wearing, the face turns and sees you all and immediately exits whatever they're doing on the data terminal and starts sprinting with an agility level you were not expecting from such a small creature, starts taking off down the platform, and they're about 3 levels below you and 200 meters out.
I sprint after him.
Perfect. Okay, so here's how we're going to do
fast
this.
as I possibly can.
Perfect.
Can I like roll intimidation to like, I don't know, give us some advantage in this encounter? Maybe they trip over themselves or wet themselves or something.
Possibly. We're going to do this as a chase scene, so this is going to use some athletics and acrobatics for everybody. And essentially, it's going to be a matter of closing distance using whatever skills you have available to you. So we'll give everybody, their best foot or techno-organic limb forward to be able to try and catch them as you have this booming shout towards this creature. You notice just about everyone in the space has turned their attention to you and then turn their attention back to whoever might be wearing the red cloak. So they're all looking for whoever's wearing the red cloak now. And they see you guys are all wearing your Inquisitor badges. It's a big gold eye with a skull in the center, and it's promptly marked on each of you. So they know not to question what you're doing if they're a loyal member of the Imperium. Like, you don't screw around with an Inquisitor. They're there for some purpose, and you're going to help them figure it out.
In that case, can I use intimidate to command people to grab him?
That's precisely where I was trying to go with that. Yes. So your ability will be to kind of influence others to try and help you along the way. Ian, I don't know what kind of acrobatics or athletics skill you have.
Well, I'm okay at running thanks to my bionic legs.
I was going to say, if nothing else, we can do tech use checks for you to be able to integrate your technology into Jay's capability.
I mean, part of my plan was if he's 3 stories down, I've got mag rail hover capability. I was just going to literally jump and use that to cushion my fall.
Perfect. Okay. And then Dustin, your character Azrael might be able to use psychic capabilities. I don't know if that mage hand thing will allow you to carry yourself.
Someone in the chat graciously pointed out that 16 kilograms is about 35 pounds.
Okay.
So I weigh a little more than that as a 40-year-old man.
So you may get a little left behind. Fair warning. We'll see how this goes. So the distance as of right now, Dustin, if you're following them in some capacity, you're at about 200 meters. If Ian and Michael
I'll be fine. I just remembered that I had something else.
I was gonna say,
Okay.
there's something I could do. I don't know if you'd like it though.
You're just gonna pick them up with your servo.
I can just pick you up with my mechadendrites.
Nah,
you'll have to
I'm good.
me. Okay. So Michael and Ian, you can both like jump down the platform to cut the distance to start the chase, and it'll go from 200 meters to about 50. So the way that we'll do this is through various checks as you chase. It's going to be very narrative driven, as we've been trying to do throughout the whole thing. So we'll kind of describe the chase, and your successes and failures will allow us to kind of figure out whether or not you catch up to them. So we'll use your intimidate checks plus athletics checks for you, Michael, to see how well you're able to close the distance and whether you influence others to help you slow them down. And we'll kind of go from there. We'll give you different options for each of you as we go. So you see this hooded figure. The hood slides down and away as the chase begins. And Ian, since you already recognize the Eldar tech, you notice that this is, in fact, an Eldar helmet that the creature appears to be wearing, but it's not one that you recognize right away because it's odd the way that it's camouflaged. That's not typical of Craft World Eldar and the way typically do things. So if the two of you hop down, give me an athletics check or an acrobatics check or a tech use check, whatever you feel is going to be the best option for you to use here. Dustin, how are you going to be able to try and move, just so I know what to utilize?
What's the terrain like here? Are we like chasing him like down alleyways and twists and turns and shit?
It's not so much alleyways as much as catwalks and open streets, essentially. So there might be alleyways and lines. It is much more, think industrial.
Okay.
I was almost kind of thinking like Coruscant levels.
Yeah, kind of like more factory than Coruscant.
Okay.
Because we are starting to dive more into where the forge manufacturing stuff is happening. So in amongst some of the things, the deeper you go further down, you can see, different conveyor belts of tech and manufacturing that's occurring. And so there's still like shops and repair bays and stuff. And so there is still some of that street integration, but the deeper you go, the more technological it gets, so to speak.
Random question.
Sure.
For this athletics / or acrobatics test, would this be considering involving jumping or leaping?
It can if you're utilizing that as part of it. So if that's what you're attempting,
it's more because like for bionic legs, it is any type of agility test that involves jumping or leaping.
Jumping. Okay. So
that's what I'm just checking.
We'll call for this first check your jump down. as
But
being the
then
thing that cuts your distance to that 150. And then the pursuit moving forward, you'll either want to use
you're on
probably
two.
athletics or
Okay.
acrobatics to try and kind of close
Okay.
the distance. So everybody that's attempting to close distance, your threshold is a 40. Actually, I'm sorry, I forgot to compensate for skill. It is a 60. Apologies. So your threshold, I'm sorry, it's going the other direction. Your threshold is a 20.
So
I'm forgetting how this system works too because I'm still new to it. Apologies.
can I use command to just send out my, again, loud hailer voice to all who can hear it in this echoing cavernous space to slow him, catch him, anything you can do to
Ooh.
halt the man in the red cape shall grant you the emperor's blessing in this life and the next.
Yes, you can, and it is not great for the. We could assume Eldar that you're pursuing because they rolled terribly.
I
Well, I rolled
kind
a
of
3.
quasi as a free action, like when I identify or notice that with the helmet, before I jump, I will yell to identify for the others. Eldari.
Yes.
I
So
rolled a 16.
that difficulty goes back up from a 20 to a 40 as lots of bodies start attempting to grab and interrupt space as the Eldar starts to take off. So, Ian, you close the distance from 150 meters to about 130. And Michael, your distance closes to about 130 as well as people manage to slow them in your pursuit moving forward. Dustin, how are you trying to?
Okay, so the thing I want to do is it's a little bit multifaceted.
Okay.
I would first like to make either an awareness or a scrutiny check to try
Okay.
and determine what I think their path is going to be. Like, where are
Okay.
they going?
You're trying to kind of reach out into the warp and feel that out.
Yeah.
Okay. You can let's make it a sign of science check.
Okay.
Your threshold is a 74 to try and psychically anticipate.
Okay, so what does that mean? Because my sign of
So
science, I have plus 30.
right, you in this circumstance, what I'm offering is an opposition check.
Okay.
So you just have to get under 74 to try and kind of
Okay.
map the path that would make the least resistance.
I rolled a 48.
Perfect. Yeah.
So I know where he's going.
They rolled terribly. So yeah, you're
Okay.
you're kind of you're kind of seeing where the most logical path is, and applying that. And they're going to make an acrobatics check, which they start to dodge some of the that are coming at them, and you see them jump up about 20 feet into the air and start to take to some of the buildings as opposed to staying on the main path. They're now looking for the path of least resistance. But Dustin, because you're able to sort of anticipate their movement as they get up into the air and onto those buildings, you notice where they're going to, and so you start the path that will cut them
Okay.
off, which cuts your distance down to about. Have you?
Instead of like directly chasing them, because I don't think I'm going to be fast enough to close the distance in a reasonable amount of time. So
Sure.
I am going to use my psychic power, Gate of Infinity.
Okay.
It requires an extended action. It'll take me 3 rounds to do this.
Okay.
But I'm going to open a gate through the warp that I can teleport up to 8 kilometers.
Oh, damn. Okay.
So I am going to, knowing kind of where he's going, I am going to go, and based on how fast he's going, I want to get very slightly ahead of him or like pretty close to even with where he's going to be in, 18 seconds.
Gotcha. So he seems to be moving at a fairly solid I mean, Eldar are not slow. They're
Mhm.
basically space elves. So they move fast and quickly.
But they're not
Or
8 kilometers in 18 seconds fast.
No, they're not 8 kilometers in 18 seconds. You have a fairly good chance of being able to cut them off in a certain sense. So you begin your psychic opening of this portal.
And I
As-
am going to
as-
burn my automatic success that I got at the very beginning. I'm just going to burn
Perfect.
that automatic success on trying to open this gate, so I don't have to worry
Okay.
about it.
So Dustin's auto success used.
And just flavor wise, because I like the idea of like, I don't make boot noises. My run and footsteps are metallic clangs.
Clang,
Got
clang,
it.
clang.
Yeah, just click, click, click. Like, it's the good old T1000.
Oh boy. Okay. Sorry. Something's gonna happen. Okay. Cool. So you start that. The Eldar appears to be moving at a pace of about 40 meters per round. So as long as you can maintain pace and try and close that distance, you'll be able to either keep up or surpass and catch them. So they wasted a little bit of movement getting up the building, but are still clipping along. So they gained about 20 meters. But if everybody can be successful in this next round, let's see what happens. Dustin, we're just going to count you as starting up your spell
Yeah.
for this. Ian and Michael, are y'all going to continue pursuit?
Yes.
Okay.
I'm
So
gonna
go ahead
keep
and roll
shouting at
me.
people to slow him down, and
Yeah. Michael, go ahead and roll me athletics check along with that intimidate to boost the success. And then Ian, however you're going to use.
Continuing my Terminator run.
Okay.
Because fun fact, having a bionic heart makes running a bit easier.
Super.
all right. So fail on the athletics, just barely, but success on the command.
Okay, so you're able to at least keep pace because they're still trying to find ways to slow the Eldar down. So people are throwing things and anybody that has a weapon is taking pot shots to try and slow them down. Ian, you're able to keep pace to about 120 meter. I'm sorry, 110 meters from where you were. So this next round, Dustin, you're finally going to be able to finish your warp spell, and then the other two of you go ahead and give me your checks, and let's see where we end up.
Okay. My skill is 75. I got 52, so I passed, but not by any absurd numbers.
Okay.
I do horribly on the athletics again.
Mike, I'm just gonna mark this down, and I'll do the donation at the end. Mike, I'm gonna donate $5 so that you can reroll that one.
Mike, you also have a banked automatic success that you can use if you would like.
That's fine. I wasn't worried so much about keeping up. I did roll a 2 on the command, so like.
Oh, yeah, that works. Well, yeah, that
So,
helps slow it down just a little bit.
He's T1000, like catching up with things. I'm in the back, like I'll catch up. I don't have to run.
Even though you're not fast,
I will
you have
re-roll
enough.
that just to see if I do any better.
People are still slowing them down enough. Okay.
No, 72. I rolled a 98 the first time and a 72 the second time.
That's
rough.
Not very good.
Yeah, that is. You are just. If these were high percentile rolls, great.
No, then I would be doing terribly.
Yeah.
Right, I know. It's going to go one way or the other for one of you.
My speech stuff is good. The other things are not going so well for me.
So as you continue to kind of influence others into trying to slow them down. You're still able to keep pace and hold up with them. Dustin, you finish your spell and you warp across, and you end up about 50 meters in front of the Eldar, where you anticipated them being. And it's not a perfect science, of course, but it is closer to where it would have been. It is now the Eldar change course. As a result of your movement, however, through the warp, a psychic phenomenon takes place as you open it, and I have to figure
I
out
have an ability.
what it is.
What is my ability actually called? If you don't want me to do this because you've got like banked phenomena rolls, that's fine.
Well, only because we do have banked. We have 5.
Yeah,
I am favored by the warp, which means that when a psychic phenomena happens, I can roll twice and choose which one I want to happen.
Okay.
So if you want to roll a second time and you can choose which of those two you want to happen, I will gift that ability to you.
This one works really well for what we're doing. So see what happens because they need to essentially, as you burst through the portal, a spectral gale follows you and blows wind out within. I have to do math.
Also, while that happens, Sherry has donated $75. So
Woo-hoo!
thanks, Sherry.
Thanks, Sherry.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. That's crazy.
How are we dividing that donation?
I don't know yet.
Oh, okay. Did Sherry not offer what?
I only saw one of the notifications, not all of the notifications.
Got it. Okay. All right. I will make note of that as well. My mom is going to donate 50 for us after the fact, so I'm going to put down another random encounter that we're going to utilize later on. Okay, good to know. If he needs another, I'll make sure to bring that up. So that spectral gale that hits as you open the portal, Dustin. Love you too. Thank you again. Appreciate it. Almost knocks the Eldar off of their feet as a wind bursts forth, following you. And if they had to pass an agility check and almost get knocked prone. So that spectral gale hits, and you see them start to lose their footing, and they just barely manage to avoid the burst of wind, but now notice that you and have to jump off the building to avoid falling and land on the street, surrounded by people that are now trying to slow him down. And in that time frame, it allows all of you to catch up to the Eldar, who pulls some form of Eldar pistol and starts threatening the crowd to get them to back off. And then when
that shit ain't gonna happen.
Well, when they see the three of you kind of start to work their way up, they slowly raise the pistol in the air and place it back on their belt. And then
no, on the ground.
Takes the pistol, places it on the ground, and they slowly begin to remove their helmet, and you notice a lithe female Eldar standing before you, who holds a hand in the air while they hold their helmet, says, "I am not your enemy, though I know we are not friends."
What do you know of what is happening in this city, or in this world?
I know as much as the rest of you. Possibly less so.
Also, just for funsies, like once we have now stopped running, I feel like when I stop, you see me like push a thing, and then like steam escapes from my legs.
Of course.
The Eldar kind of steps back, just as the steam emanates from your legs. Fuck. She takes off the cloak and she's standing there in what appears to be pretty well worn, weathered armor, with a rifle that has been compacted onto her back, and a blade across her hip. She's not reaching for either of them. She's kind of holding her helmet in one hand, in the other. She knows that she had to put the pistol down because she didn't try that. She's not reaching for either of the stuff. You all roll me awareness checks. Yep. Okay, that's happening now too.
You said awareness.
Nope. I am
Yep.
far too distracted trying to scan all the shinies on her.
Just rolled really well this time, and still
Xenos Tech, just like going through all the spectrums, looking at all her shit. I don't
Um,
notice whatever.
It's clear she's not a threat. She is not attempting to make any kind of, like, her body language says, "I give up. I'm here to talk. I'm not here to threaten you." But unfortunately for the rest of you, because of the circumstances you are facing and random encounters from the warp, a portal opens to the left of all of you, in between one of the buildings, and rather than a creature of technological amalgamation bursting through, a bloodletter has somehow found its way through the warp, possibly behind Dustin's portal. Who knows? But standing before you is a red-horned demon of corn, holding a flaming sword, and ready to attack the four of you, really, because you happen to be standing there. Its thin tendril tongue kind of bursts out of its mouth as it leers around you, glowing with red eyes and spikes all over its face. And it just lets out this unholy scream, and people start running because they don't want chaos demons. And this thing points its sword at you, and it throw down. So rather than rolling for initiative like you do in other games, the way that it works here, the combat is a little bit different. So we're going to get to some combat. Let me find my combat space here. Here we go. So there are still rounds, there are still turns, there are still actions. The initiative is determined by rolling at the beginning, but it doesn't work the same way as it does for others. I roll for mine. Each character rolls 1d10, and you add your agility bonus to it. So it's similar, but not quite the same. So I have an initiative of 7. I don't know where everybody else is sitting right now, so go.
You said agility modifier.
Your agility modifier plus 1d.
So I'm
It
at
cut off right at the end. 1D what?
1d10.
10. Okay. Agility.
It's a fully D10 system. So rare is the occasion you dice in this particular one. It's mostly percentiles and D10s.
Okay.
So
I've got a 9.
Okay, our bloodletter is at 7. Gaius is at 9. Michael, where did you end up? I'm sorry?
5 total.
5. Did not hear that the first time. Apologies.
No, you're good.
Okay.
You're good.
So Sabella is at 5. And finally, Azrael.
4.
Okay.
I rolled a 1.
And as they have not shared their name with you yet, the Eldar needs to roll as well, and they're going to remain nameless until we actually talk to them. And they have an 11. So the Eldar's going first.
Trig, real quick, this chaos demon with a sword.
Yes.
Is there any like basic knowledge that I know about demons? Like, in D&D, they're all
corn.
like immune to fire. And
It's corn.
Yes. So you do know that it's a demon of course. It is a bloodletter. So bloodletters are effectively rage demons.
okay,
So they carry a lot of influence. Khorne is a demon of chaos that all demons of Khorne have basically like blood for the blood god kind of attacks. They suffer no penalties from gore and blood. So like critical effect area covers an area in gore that would require an agility test to avoid failing. They just ignore that entirely. They are very muscular. They carry, like I said, unmatched rage. Their big sword is basically a flaming power sword. Essentially, it has those similar traits. It's a hell blade. So it does quite a bit of damage, and typically fire damage.
okay,
If he were to say kill an opponent with the Hellblade, it's a +2 to damage going forward. It basically is like a berserker that gains new abilities. They have the demonic trait. They have an unnatural willpower, so they are to destroy things, and they cannot be stopped unless you kill them.
okay.
And they are also they have warp instability, which is a pretty big one for you to know because it means that they're not stable against things that are affected by the warp.
Gotcha.
So the Eldar is going to go first. She's going to unsling her rifle from her back and assemble it with almost inhuman skill. I mean, she's not human, so it kind of makes sense. As a reaction, she both draws and assembles the weapon and then takes aim with a half action and fires with her other action. And it hits. Where does it hit? It hits the left arm, which is not his sword arm, unfortunately, because most demons are right-handed. Keep that in mind, lefties. Most demons are right-handed.
Suckers.
As she fires, you hear this strange blast of what sounds to be both ballistic and energy bursting from this rifle as it fires a bolt of energy with some form of ballistic blast, and it hits this demon in the shoulder and blasts it and tears off a chunk of flesh as it rips through. And she kind of looks at the rest of you and says, "Well, let's do this." And the demon kind of just screams in rage after getting shot. And Gaius, it's up to you. So, have you reviewed combat at all? Or do we kind of go?
I have. How far away is the demon?
I'd say about 30 feet from you. It came down through a portal
Okay.
in between the buildings, and so you're all well within a normal range for it.
Okay. Now this is going to be the terrible American in me, because all weapon things are in meters. So
Sorry, let's make it 30 meters.
okay.
Apologies. Yes, so about 30 meters.
Okay. That's a bit. Can I?
Are you familiar with the actions you can take? Do you have that
Yes.
chart? Okay.
Yeah, I do. It's more of just the question of because a lot of my weapons are not long range weapons, so I'm trying to
Sure.
figure out what's the best way. Actually, I have the one weapon I think could hit.
You said you had a shoulder mounted.
Yeah. Okay, I could do that. So I'm gonna go forward. So use a half action to move. Thanks to sprint, basically all of my movements are doubled.
Got it.
So I move 10 feet forward or 10 meters.
Meters. Gotcha.
So I am within range, and then I am going to shoot him with the melt gun.
Cool. Okay.
So weapon skill. There it is. Not great.
So this one, is it weapon skill or ballistic skill?
Oh, ballistic skill. Sorry. Yes.
Okay.
My,
I just want to make sure that the melted gun does
brain-
all the ballistic
yeah.
skill checks. Okay.
My brain saw ranged weapon and just went, "Oh, weapon skill."
Oh, good.
So let me get that roll.
And please keep in mind, you did just receive that. I believe you got unyielding on yours.
No, I got you said like Aether Blade.
Oh, Aether Blade. Okay, I'm sorry,
Yep.
but that's on your melee weapon.
On the melee weapon.
Got it.
I can't without just running straight up to melee range and then not being able to do anything. I'd rather move and shoot. So
Totally.
because my ballistic skill is 50 and I rolled a 47.
Perfect.
So that is a hit.
That is under. Okay, so now what you're going to do is you're going to on the D100, and you're going to see where you hit.
Okay, let me get that pulled back up here. The chart.
Yep. So the way it works is when you're targeting on the body, and how it hits and where it hits, is you're going to roll on the D100 once you made a successful ballistic skill check, and then you're going to take whatever number you roll on after the success. You're going to flip the numbers, and that tells us where on the body it takes the hit.
Okay, so I rolled a 47, so that means I hit 74, which is right leg.
Right leg, perfect. Okay, and so the armor there is 12, which means it's just a reduction of a certain number of total points off of what your damage is, based on
that works out because the melted gun has a penetration of 12.
I had a feeling that was going to be the case. Yeah, so it wasn't going to make much of it. Yeah, so go ahead and roll your damage for that.
All right. Let me. So that is 23 damage.
Oof. Yeah, you did quite a bit. So it is melted damage, which means there is a resistance there for fire. Let me see how much. Not much. So it effectively only shaves off about 6 points of that damage because it can shake it off, but it's still damage. So it blasts through its light armor and hits it in the leg. And while it does not typically mind fire, this is a different kind of fire than it's used to. And that Melt-A-Blast starts to really eat away at the flesh. And it looks injured. Between you and the Eldar that shot it, it's definitely not happy.
And then the one other thing, I'm not going to do anything super crazy. So technically, my melted gun is my mind interface weapon, so it does not take my action to shoot. Now they do have the limit of no matter what, I can only do one attack in a turn. But basically, my main action, I want to whatever things in the area I can digitally access. I want to like sound the klaxon alarm, of like
Sure.
attack. So kind of
I
I
mean,
want to remote.
we can make that a free action just to make sure that you're getting other people out of the
Yeah. So
like,
that
it's a short warning to a fellow acolyte is the example they use in the book. And this is effectively that. You're offering a warning to others, like, hey, get out of here.
Yeah.
So you start the alarms off, which is telling people to clear the area as the three of you are standing there. This demon, though injured, is very mad still, and is not happy with the fact that both you and the Eldar have got it. So it's going to start coming towards you, and it sees the biggest threat, unfortunately, as you, Sabella, because you're the largest person there.
Hey, that's what I'm here for.
So, what is your armor level at?
If it's psychic damage, my armor level is insane.
Okay.
But if it's not psychic,
Ooh.
it's 13, and then I have some additional bonuses depending on where it hits and what kind of damage it is.
Okay. So if I have read this correct, when it comes to how an attack functions, this may hit you. Because they rolled really and it's your attack versus
Yeah, so
one
they're
hit on the
just
target.
rolling against their own ballistic skill, so they're just trying to see
Right.
how good they are, and then
Well, so this is a melee skill, and
he's
gonna,
actually running up to me and hitting me.
yeah, he's closing the distance towards you.
Oh,
To hit you with
what?
the sword.
You are not a smart man.
He's a demon, man. He's not smart. And so 220. I'm just making sure I'm doing this right, gang. Apologies. So apply the modifier. Makes the test. In order to hit you, I have to make sure that it's breaking the modifier level, which it does.
Great.
Because it was a stupidly low roll for him. He rolled a 12.
Oh, great.
Yeah,
So that
like he
means...
actually managed to hit.
Oh, damn. If it was one less, he would have hit my arm, my right arm, and then the armor there is insane. But instead, that's left arm. So I
Well,
got
so
13
he
armor.
hit. He hit you, and that was his hit roll. Was not great. It was your right leg.
Right leg?
Yeah. So he rolled a 57 for that 75. Which hits your right leg.
Oh,
So
gotcha.
what is your armor level at the right leg?
Right leg is 13 still.
13. Okay. And so his weapon has to overcome that in order to make sure. That sucks.
I'm trying to
So-
keep in mind that Mike is wearing like full power armor, and
Yeah,
I'm wearing
I
just
mean-
like a vest.
This is also what came up as the enemy encounter for the next random. I rolled on a table I made, and it's one of the ones that popped up. So this Bloodletter Demon, which is again it's an elite character class, but it's not powerful. Like what should have happened is I should have had like 6 or 7 elite Bloodletters here, but I didn't want to do that to you guys because I didn't want that to roll too long. So this thing comes out and swings a strike at your leg, and it does the tiniest little flick of flame that manages to 3 points of damage. So it's not a hell of a lot. Out of that, we have Sabella able to act next, which something tells me is going to be a very and definitive action since it is already injured fairly aggressively.
Yeah, this is gonna be let's see. I'm just gonna smack the absolute shit out of it with a giant hammer is what I'm gonna do. We haven't earned any fate points yet, so I don't have to worry about that. Oh, you know what I can do though? Actually, if since he did roll the hit, can I use my reaction to try and parry? Because I have a thing when I parry, I can actually get an attack too.
Oh, yeah, you can attempt to parry. That's fine. Let's see if that damage even...
So what? I forget how to do a parry, so I'll just roll the dice.
It's okay.
Quickly. 54.
I thought parry, isn't that a skill?
Yeah, parry is a skill. It's not an action. It's just something you're able to do as part of it. I think it counts as a maneuver,
Let me take a look.
but the parry skill, I believe, allows you to effectively negate an
Yeah, I can
attack.
use the parry skill to perform an evasion reaction once each round as normal with this weapon, though you still can't evade more than once in a round because I'm using 2
Okay.
of them.
They only get one attack, so you can attempt to evade, and I think it's just in opposition to my correct?
Okay, so it was yours. Yours was a 75 or no 57.
57 for the attack time.
Okay, I got
So-
a 54 before my modifiers on that, so I do
Perfect.
parry it.
Well, then you
And then
manage to parry. So don't take those 3 points of damage. You're okay.
And then I forget which ability, but one of I get an additional parry per round, and I thought I had something that when I parry I can make an attack too, but I can't find it now, so I'll ignore that and just take my normal attack.
That's okay.
So I take
All
no
right.
damage, and then I'm going to smash his face in.
Yep, I had a feeling.
All right, I bring out the Ebonus Hammer, which has the special Demon Bane,
Yep.
and it acts as a null rod. I don't remember what Demon Bane does off the top of my head.
That's the ability I gave you, correct? Oh no, I gave you Holy Flame on this, didn't I?
Yeah, no, Demon Bane is just the thing I had already. I think it just does extra damage to demons, but I'll
Yes, well, you get to add another whatever damage you do. You add another D5 to it.
Whoops, that is not what I meant to do.
So that's gonna suck.
There we go. Okay, sorry, I'm in the wrong window clicking
It's
things.
all good.
All right, Demon Bane. All right, not in that document. Check the other book. All right, and then I'll just roll, see if I even hit, if any of this matters. I rolled a 10. Just on the dice a 10.
Definitely hit him. Go ahead and roll where your damage location occurs.
Well, damage. So, do you roll separately for damage location? I thought the hit you just reverse the numbers.
Maybe I misread that. That might be true, and I'm making it more complicated than I have to.
Because that's what I did.
Yeah, so I think that's what it is. Like you take the hit,
Yep,
and then if
I
you,
made it too hard on myself. So that's
great.
all
So
right.
my 10 turns into a 1.
One,
Which
yep.
I hit him directly in the forehead.
Definitely hit him in the head. Yeah, go ahead and roll that damage.
So the Ebonus Hammer does 2d10 plus 6 energy. So 15, but I have a special ability. No, that's
keep
only
in mind,
for
if you roll a 10 on any of the dice, that explodes.
Oh, actually, that was a 1. Sorry, it was the percentile. So technically, I got 6
Right.
plus 6, so 12, and then whatever Demon Bane does, which I have not located yet.
Okay. I don't know what Demon Bane does either. It won't matter because you just smashed him in the skull and skull cave. He did not have a lot of damage left to give. So as you strike him, his skull goes from very pristine to concave, and he crumples in a heap onto the ground and just bursts into flames and starts to melt away. Dustin,
Yes.
you in particular are lucky that there's someone close by who helps nullify the psychic powers. Do me a favor and give me a roll.
Am I rolling a phenomena?
You're not, because I already rolled phenomena. It's bursting out of the portal behind you. Or like the portal that he came out of, it's bursting forth from there. And so I'm just trying to figure out how we do this. You need to roll an opposed focus power test.
Not good. I roll. So what is that? A willpower?
So it's it's a willpower test to resist the enemy.
Cool. I fail.
Okay.
I rolled my willpower is a 63. I rolled an 85.
Okay. So unfortunately, what happened when I rolled phenomena that was occurring. It was a peril of the warp that occurred because I rolled 78. And that caused a soul sear. So the warp burst through and scorched your soul a little bit. So you're not able to use psychic powers for an hour. And you take
Perfect.
2d5 corruption points. So I'm going to roll those and see what happens. You're in really good luck because all you take are 3 corruption points.
Okay.
I rolled very low on the corruption. Now, I believe corruption can be removed,
I think it's
but it
down.
does have an unfortunate effect on psychers. I just have to how it works.
If you want to continue, I can look it up.
That'd be great. So we know what it's doing. So as the demon melts into the floor and the portal closes, the Eldar slings it onto her back and picks up her pistol and puts it on her hip and says, "Perhaps now we could go somewhere and talk."
Not being from this place, I have no idea where we should go to do said talk. So I just put a hand out and motioned for her to lead the way.
Cool. So she starts to guide you through some back streets and down a few more catwalks and platforms to a relatively quiet and abandoned space. And then she pulls a large piece of plasteel away from a hole in the side of one of the larger factory buildings. And as you all work your way through, Sabella quite difficultly because of her massive shoulders, she slides it back, and you can see that she has effectively built herself a small shelter here in trying to trace out where these creatures are coming from. She has her own data pads and las displays up that show that on some of the craft worlds, she's been seeing these creatures start to form amongst her own people, and uh, then you see some of the same images from different angles you've seen before of the same creatures that you had already seen in the reports. So it's clear that she's here investigating. Go ahead and roll me a lore check, forbidden lore. Those of you that have it amongst the acolytes, or I'm sorry, not amongst the acolytes. You're not acolytes. None of you are. You're fine. Uh, amongst the forbidden lore of those who might things about the Eldar. You can make an unopposed or an unskilled check, but if you have forbidden lore Xenos, then you're going to find more information about it. Those of you who don't necessarily have it, but want to try a different check, you can also use logic to try and determine a bit more about.
Neither of those, and therefore we'll know nothing.
Okay.
I made an unskilled forbidden lore test.
Okay.
But I did succeed.
Okay, cool.
Not by much.
I specifically have Forbidden Lore Eldar, so I succeeded.
Excellent. So those of you who are able to succeed and you can convey this information, you recognize her as not just a ranger, but a pathfinder. They're effectively elite scouts in the Eldar that serve as kind of forward scouts for the craft world. Pathfinders are not necessarily outcasts, but don't always necessarily feel like they fit in well with standard Eldar military or standard Eldar life in general. They prefer the isolation of being on their own, but they're always typically drawn back to the craft world to assist in some capacity. And because of their movements outside of the typical world of the Eldar and their ability to, keep themselves hidden and camouflaged within other environments. They can still integrate into societies like this rather well without being noticed very quickly or very easily. So it's clear that she is she's a pathfinder, based not only on the weapons she carries and the way that she carries herself, but also the other things you notice laying around. There's communications devices and foreign materials and what appears to be a cloak that almost has a shimmer to it that allows her to possibly hide herself very easily. And so she kind of looks back at you. She's been kind of getting more comfortable and sits down on a box that she has laying amongst the other things and says, "This phenomenon is spreading beyond your own world, and you need to be aware of it. But we know that wherever the source is, it has to be here. The highest concentration of these events occurs here, and we know that there's something here that's causing this."
Just to clarify, here as in this world, right?
This world, yes, on Paraxol.
Gotcha.
And roll me an inquiry.
Aha, that I am plus 20 in. Maybe I
There you go.
do things here. And I rolled a 28, so with
That's
my bonus,
definitely
yeah.
enough.
Yeah.
You can sense that she's being sincere. She's not holding anything back from you. She's at a point where even just looking around at what is here in the space, you can see that she's hit a wall in the investigation that she can't get past because she doesn't have access the way that you all do. And this is obviously her kind of almost reaching out an olive branch because she knows she's caught. Hey, it's clear you all might have an idea on. Maybe we can help each other out. There's a possibility for some cooperation here.
And just because I know of the effect of how this all is happening currently, and my gigantic power armor, I'm just picturing Sabella being outside, relatively like within line of sight of where this pile of demon gore is, with the auspex, or not auspex, sorry, the monotask servo skull in range of Azrael, and then the Vox caster just in her hand. So like while this conversation's happening, she's just sort of like on a conference call with you guys, experiencing all of this.
Oh, so you didn't even go with her. You just leave the rest of them away, and you're staying there.
I'm trying to stay as far away from Azrael as I can, so that he's able to defend himself against the dangers of the warp. Now that we've seen these things happening.
Got it.
Unfortunately, I won't be able to defend myself against anything for the next hour.
For another 45 minutes, he's not going to be able to do that. So.
Oh, that's right. I forgot about that part. Never mind. Sorry. I forgot about that. So yeah, I'll just
you're okay.
You then, so that you don't freak out.
So that you don't die. Stay here. We need you.
If I had a leash, I'd have it attached to you at this point. Now you're a psyker with problems.
Yeah. Speaking of, I do gain those 3 corruption points, but suffer no ill effects. Okay, I don't have to start worrying about that until I have corruption points in multiples of 10.
Cool. Okay, so as a result of her kind of presenting all this information to you, what's your next move here?
I just asked, tell us everything that you know.
I suppose I'll start from the beginning. As you may have surmised, I'm not your typical Eldar. I go by Menarius, just so we can be a bit less formal with simply Eldar. or Manny, if you would prefer to save yourself some time. I have been on this hybrid world for several months, following the phenomenon first occurring here, and then also with reports from my own home of Alatok. The first creature to appear there was one of my dear friends, twisted and reformed into something horrifying. A howling banshee, but with blades of unnatural, sharp, twisted metal in place of her arms, and a dead, evil look coming from her eyes. It was as though she had been possessed by the technology and overtaken. Whatever creatures you run into coming out of this warp portal, these various things that appear there, they're no longer in control of themselves. They very obviously have some form of mind control being imparted upon them by the technology's integration. I don't recognize where it's come from. I know that it has some sort of green force behind it, and that it does not allow the creature in play to recognize its own or what it used to be. It is a fully overtaken and integrated creature. The first to appear on my world was several months ago, but as the time has passed here on Paraxol, is that what you call it? Paraxol? Terrible name. Anyway, the frequency has increased over the last 2 weeks from one encounter, possibly a week, to several encounters per day. And it has not been reported accurately because of the number that appear on the higher levels versus the lower levels. Here in the underdepths, we've seen several of them. I can take you to more bodies. Well, I suppose I don't have to. I have all the photos of what I've taken here in great detail, and I dare not touch them because when we attempted to dissect my friend back on our home world, it exploded when we attempted to remove the technology from the body. Have you experienced a similar sort of circumstance?
We have actually.
Yes.
That's unfortunate.
And Ezreal, you could just see like standing a little bit behind you, trying to not take up the entirety of this room in the giant
I am
power armor.
deeply uncomfortable with how close you are to me.
Oh yeah. Oh, and you can just hear Sabella behind you, like as the power armor creaks as she squeezes like the haft of the hammer and the bindings on her silver shield. That she is just like restrained barely from just crushing this heretic into paste.
You're a little close. She kind of
But
looks up and sees that Sabella is like just tense and like ready to strike, and she goes, "We won't get anywhere if I'm dead, and I
sounds like
can
you have
help you.
no
I
less
have
influence.
access to places you do not."
Unlikely.
And she slowly reaches down into one of the crates that she has there, and she pulls out a small data pad with an encryption on it that she's only been able to partially break. And she hands it to you, Ian. She says, "You look like someone who might be able to decipher this. I've only been able to get bits and pieces, but it's something about an angel communicating with a god." Um, and as you look at the pad and what she's been able to decipher from encryption so far, is you see broken sections of this passage that say angel at the start, which is very clearly an alias of someone talking to God, which is another alias, which he was able to determine. based on the encryption. You can see that it's only partially decoded, but you see sections of progress being made on schedule within 5 days. Is all you've been able to determine so far. So if you want to roll a tech use or security, I believe is the other skill that can be applied here. So if anybody has a decent security rating, they can apply that to this circumstance. Yeah, security.
Are we saying that kind of fits better than tech use?
I think tech use is good for you to be able to encryption, but those who might not necessarily have high tech
Okay.
use might have security as an alternative. They might be able to assist you in it.
No, I don't have either of those at all.
Okay.
Then I shall tech use this.
Yeah, that's
All right.
not why I'm here.
I'm here to break bodies and wills. I crush
Okay,
your
so
humor and your resolve.
out of my 105, I rolled 34.
Okay. So as you crack the encryption on this, almost too easily, you're able to open up this encrypted message, and it's a conversation between Angel and God. And the Angel says, "Are we certain that things are moving forward at the pace that we expected?" God says, "Correct. All things are progressing as planned." Angel says, how much longer can we expect? It seems that we're on task, but we're not 100% sure." And God says, "Based on current projections, within the next 5 days." Angel finishes out the message and says, "Good, please keep me apprised, and I'll do what I can from here." And God says, underneath that, "All will be well. You shall be." Uh, and please keep in contact. And then the message ends.
Are there dates on this? Like you said, within 5 days. Is this message 4 days old?
Yes. So when you scroll back to the top and you start of the message, it was 2 days ago.
Okay, so we've got 3 days.
You have 3 days.
Mm-hmm.
Dawn of the third day.
Purely unintentional. It's just how it happened to frame out.
Look for my coming at first light on the 5th day. At dawn,
Manarius
look
leans
to the
over your
east.
shoulder to read the rest of the message. And she has this troubled look on her face, and she starts to look back through all of the information that's gathered so far, and she says, "I've been tracing these communications, and I know that God is here on planet. I don't know where Angel is, and I've seen no further communication from them. I've been tracing the signal whenever and wherever I can. But Angel has been off-world, so wherever Angel is located, it's not here. But God is here."
Are those 2 aliases something that you assigned, or is that actually part of the message?
No, that was there when I found it. So whatever they're using is their encrypted communication. They're also encrypting who they are by simply choosing aliases. The signals are both imperial and a foreign code. That I have not been able to determine either. Ian, you can attempt to try and crack the God code. The Angel one is the imperial code, but the God code is under a much higher level of encryption. So you can attempt to check with tech use or security, but it is extremely difficult.
Okay. Let's give it a shot. So what penalty?
That is what I'm trying to find. Is the penalty on the skill test for this one is, I think it's punishing level. Yeah, punishing. So it's a minus 50 modifier.
Okay.
You might actually have to try it.
So that leaves me at 55.
DM's choice of who rolls for psychic.
Yes.
Trig, we just had another $10 donation.
Okay.
Add one more. It is from Anonymous, and Anonymous would like one roll on the psychic phenomena table, please.
Okay, so that takes our tally back up to 6.
You better start
And,
using those. We only have like
Well,
2
so
hours
the psychic
left.
gale happened, and then the second one was when the burst open and it hit you with that other one. So we're going to have another one happen just right now because of that occurring. That's going to give
So
us...
I rolled a 9.
Okay. Oh, God.
Because, you know, you minus 50 off my tech use check, that leaves me at 55.
Oh, man. Well, okay.
Oh, and I want to
This is
throw.
going to negate because you can't use any psychic powers right now. So I'm just going to re-roll it.
Oh, the phenomena. Okay.
Yeah.
I also want to throw this
Yes.
out there. That
I was
$10
like,
donation also put us to an even $1,400 raised so far,
Woohoo!
which is amazing. That puts us at just shy of halfway to our goal of 3.
Sabella and Gaius, roll me checks.
I'm sorry, I cut out. Roll what check?
Roll me an awareness check, the
Awareness,
two of you.
okay. I should at some point just like remember what my stupid things are. The amount of times I've rolled an awareness check, I should remember what that number is.
Even now that I've remembered that I'm supposed to have a plus 10 to those because of my auto senses, still, no way.
No.
Not even close.
Okay.
I did make it. I rolled a 24.
24. So, Sabella, roll me an intelligence check as a result.
These are so bad.
You sure?
Oh.
You sure you want?
Well, here's the good news. I rolled like shit, so it's really high.
Well, my intelligence is only 30, so it's a good thing I rolled a 22.
Okay. So you're not affected by it, but you and Ian both see Dustin's face just for a moment takes a demonic look, and Dustin, you gain another corruption point.
Just one?
Just one. Just one
Okay.
for this one. So this demonic mask.
I moved the hammer closer to him.
If you hadn't passed, it would have activated the fear trait, and you guys might have started. So it could have been a little bit worse. And I need to check the Eldar here. Nope, we're okay.
Child.
She shakes her head for a moment and kind of stares at Azrael and is like, "You all right?"
I say nothing. I just stare daggers at her.
All right. So, Ian, as you perform that check to crack the encryption on the code, you now notice it is Necron in origin. So there is an Imperial code speaking with a Necron code. The Necron code is originating here on.
To go alone. Take this.
Alfonso has donated $50 and says it's dangerous to go alone. Take this.
Oh, hey, what's up, buddy? Good to see you, Alfonso.
So, I am trying to. I am trying to.
One of my coworkers.
Nice.
I am trying to look up if there was any other.
Is he adding an encounter or is he?
I am trying to determine that.
Okay.
There's a Necron presence on this planet.
Did you say Necron?
Yes, that is. I have the god signal is Necron, which is on planet that is consorting with an Imperial signal.
Oh, by the blood of Cain. This is not good. We need to find this code. The source of the code. So she looks at all of you and says, "We need to have," effectively pulling out whatever information she can to show that, hey, this is not good, and we need to figure out where it is right
I look over to Belsar and just, you're the tech guy. I trace signals. I'm just waiting to see what the machine spirit comes up with.
Do what you do, nerd.
Yeah, do the nerd thing.
Which it means there must be possibly a tomb citadel on this planet, which would be not good for having forge technologies nearby.
Alfonso did not further specify
Oh,
what.
I was talking to him in the chat here, Dustin. Sorry, and he was saying whatever helps the players to succeed.
Okay, so we're not going to add another random because that's not going to.
That would be a hindrance. That's
I
not.
assume that would be two automatic successes then.
I was going to say either we can do 2 automatic successes, or we can do the other option for the $10 level is fate points. So if you guys want to bank fate points, we can have
any fate
5
points
occur there.
Let's do that. We haven't done any fate point stuff.
Sure.
Cool. All right, so let's add some fate points to the mix and let y'all.
I have a couple of abilities that let me spend fate points to give you both fate points. If it's okay with you, I'll take 2 out of the 5.
Yeah, go for it. Ian, do you want 2 as well? Do you have any abilities that use fate points?
I have, unless I've forgotten, I have 1 ability that uses fate points.
Okay, why don't you take 2 as well, and I'll take 1 because I don't think I have anything that like specifically uses fate points.
Yeah, I've got a few that use fate points. So, and 2 of them let me, if I do take mortal damage, I can spend a fate point to not instead.
Oh,
and if I do that, then you guys.
Did you also take the never die talent?
I took my version of it. Yes.
Yeah.
Blessed martyrdom is what I.
Oh, nice. Yeah, no, I can spend a fate point to ignore penalties from critical damage, but as soon as combat ends, all of those penalties come trigger as normal.
Mine lets me spend a fate point to avoid a mortal blow, and then everybody who witnesses gains a fate point. All my allies who witness it gain a fate point, and if I die in battle, everybody who witnesses gains all fate points. You will all recharge all of your fate points.
Oh wow!
Damn.
Actually die.
All right, so kill Mike.
So kill me if it comes to it. Let them kill me, and you will become super powered.
Gotcha.
Strike me down, and my allies will become stronger than you can possibly imagine.
Perfect. Good.
All right. So where are we at now then?
So you have some options. You can try and trace the code and see if you can figure out where it's located. You can try and, if nothing else, trace the signal on the code and see where it might be located.
Is there? She found these signals, right? But
correct.
I'm just wondering, is there anybody else on the planet who might know something about this? Like, is there somebody who also intercepted these codes? Like, was this going, but not just between aliases, but possibly like other listeners? Is there any way to determine that? I'm trying to find somebody somebody whose door we can kick in and interrogate.
There's a possibility that there's a Corsair floating in low orbit around the city, from basically a merchant captain that's been in the area visiting the planet. It's possible they may have picked up the signal only
The rogue
because
trader, yes.
they're still loyal to the Imperium, not your they're not your typical Imperial citizens, right? They're kind of
Yeah,
crass and
well,
a
Well,
little bit less than savory, and
they will bend the knee all the same.
because yeah, rogue traders, they're not, they're like,
They're
yes,
outlaws, but
they're loyal to Imperials, but they're not like they're not a part of the like military complex.
yeah, they're
Um,
the Wild West in space.
yeah,
yeah, like the flavoring. It was like if you took Firefly and Star Trek,
Yeah,
Hmm.
put them
yeah.
together, because it's like, oh, they're slightly independent, but they also have spaceships with the crew of thousands. Like,
Yeah.
So his name is Lord, the head of the vessel, which is called the Outlander. His name is Lord Captain Aristide, um, and he is an option. And then Menarius looks at all of the things that she's had gathered, and she looks at the maps that she's kind of hand drawn and plotted. And you all notice that there's a section of the map that's kind of a void. She said, "This is the only place I have not been, and it may be a place to start looking. It is the Outwilds. It's one of the unsettled areas that has not yet been reached by the technology. It is where they send the undesirables."
sounds good to
And
me.
she kind of uh, pulls her hand back and holds up another display pad that throws up an image of what appear to be warp touched entities, just kind of it's a very far image, like it's clear that she took it from a distance, but
mhm.
it looks to be a network of caves and these warp touched human entities just kind of floating around the front of the cave. So it's clear it would be a dangerous place to go, good place to hide. Um, Lord Captain Aristide has a signal uh, sweeper that he uses on a pretty well known that he's a good broker of information. Eccentric. He's a bit of a mystery even to his own vast servants. He does hold some sway in Imperial court, but because he's not your typical member of the Imperial, highborn, he's not your normal person. Um, he is a rogue trader. He's a bit intimidating, but also charming and very diplomatic, which is why he's still able to hold such high regard amongst the other imperial highborn.
Just
He's inscrutable in a certain sense.
I just want to check in.
Yeah,
Meta.
sure, sure.
Time check. We've got about an hour and 40 minutes left. We do have a
Yep,
couple of automatic successes banked.
we
Um,
do.
could we could I spend one of my automatic successes and under the assumption that we can this captain uh, and request this information that he may have on the area, any information he might have, uh, and I can either, given my skills, I can use interrogation or intimidation, charm, or
Sure.
command are all within the same, general bonuses to get that information. So whatever methods we feel would be the best, whether that's charm or command or
Yeah, we can absolutely use
intimidation.
that as part of the integration. So uh,
And I'll
you can
gladly
send
spend one of
a
my automatic successes just to.
yeah, we can send a monoskull to make because they're still even in the lower depths they're still floating around and an option. So one of the servitor monoskulls is there and reachable. You guys issue a command to it. It flies off, and you receive a message from Grundor who says that Lord Captain Aristide will happily see you. So you guys can head back up towards the mayor's palace to be able to reach his ship. And so he greets you into a very large banquet hall and ushers you all in, and sits down at a table with his legs kind of kicked up on the edge as he leans, sits there with his. He's got a las pistol in his hand. It's very odd looking. It's almost like an heirloom. And he's got a saber table power that he's not got in his hand, but it's within reach. And he takes a glass of wine from a servant that comes in, and he ushers all of you to sit with just a wave of his hand, takes a sip, and looks at you and says, "What can I do for such illustrious inquisitors as yourselves?" Oh, also, do you let Menarius come with you?
I was just about to ask, what do we...
Menarius is not allowed out of my sight at this point.
Okay.
If at all possible. If there's any...
Roger that.
Yeah.
So there are a couple of monotask servo skulls kind of floating around her now that keep her under watch, essentially, because now that she's exposed herself, she's going to stay under watch. And he glances up and sees her there. Says, "Oh, a space elf. How droll."
In the midst of, when we formulated the plan and to getting here, I like to say at some point in that I like type up a report that I send to the Grand Inquisitor just to
Okay.
keep
So
him updated.
Typhyerius is aware of what's going on.
Yeah.
Cool.
And
So he's sitting there. He's spinning the pistol in his hand, kind of haphazardly, while his wine, and he ushers his servants out of the room, discuss things privately. You all sit around this banquet table. Sabella, you even find a chair big enough for you, made out of Durasteel, that's able to support your weight, and you can actually sit if you want to.
I look at it and refuse to sit.
Okay.
But I will. I would like to just use one of my automatic successes to use an intimidate check on our captain here, and I would just like to tell him, unless you'd like for your ship to be grounded as this world is overtaken by Necrons, and you are left here to deal with it on your own, you will provide us with the information we require.
Well, I can happily do that for you. No need to call to violence. So quick to immediately attempting a neck snap, as it were. I don't wish to see a world overtaken by Necrons. I'm happy to share
Feeling kind.
signals I might have
Give each player
found.
2
I can
rerolls.
gather those for you. I just would appreciate some form of reassurance. I'll get something out of the deal. That's all. I am a broker.
Implant just like garbles and like squeals in this what would be a growl of just utter disgust and anger that's just being translated through a vocal implant.
And so he says, all I'm asking for is perhaps a favor in the future. Say a Lord Inquisitor that might be of use to me as time goes on. That's all.
Do you have the information we want or not?
Oh, I absolutely have the information. I've intercepted several signals here while floating about the world.
Is it poor
Checking.
form to just grab this guy and take him into custody until he gives us what he wants?
I was just about to ask if it's been an hour that I can use magic again.
Yes, you can use psychic powers again, Dustin. If you want to roll a grapple.
I don't. Mike, you get like one step towards him, and I'm gonna do Puppet Master, and I am just going
You do have a
to.
negative 30 because we're in a tiny room together. With
We're in a tiny room together. I don't care. I'm gonna attempt it anyway. So let me look that back.
This dude's in a room with 3 Inquisitors.
Oh,
Like,
it is an opposed willpower test. Oh, I don't think I did this the right way last time.
That's okay.
Oh no, that would have changed everything.
did the... No, never mind.
So he needs to beat an 89, it looks like.
Ooh,
Because
okay.
it's already difficult, which is -10. And
Wait,
then being...
Alfonso gave us an automatic success.
Oh,
don't know
yeah,
how
I
that
just
applies
used...
Yeah.
to-
You can use that too. That works. Okay. So yeah, that works, and he suddenly feels himself kind of starting to lose control, and he says, "Bastard, mind freak, what have you done to
I
me?"
stand him up.
Pushes a button as you stand him
He
up on his
can't.
chair. What's that?
He doesn't do anything that I don't want him to.
Oh, I know. He's trying to fight you off, and he like tries to because he almost failed. But he then loses control as you take hold of him, and he reaches to try and push a button on his chair and manages to brush it as you kind of stop him from moving. And so he freezes in place, but as he pushes the button, the whole room suddenly has all these panels open up, about 20 of them, and out slide las cannons from all of these different holes. Like, and then one comes from the ceiling, and the door opens, but it slows down. It's like,
just mechanical laughter as I continue walking towards him.
and you hear one of the servants from the hallway go, "Oh damn! I've been meaning to fix." And so he's frozen there, stuck in this puppet master you hold, and you're surrounded by las cannons. So what's the play?
I'm going to sigh and then basically try to just hack the turrets away.
Okay.
And I'm
I
like,
was gonna say we just carry him out of the room. Like,
Yeah.
oh boy, you've got a trapped room. Come on.
Yeah, I mean, he does whatever I tell him to.
Ian, roll me a security check.
Okay, that I have a chance of failing.
Yeah, I have no problem just walking him out of this room, whether he wants to or not.
Dustin, as you take hold of him,
also, Rhodes made a $30 donation. So
wow.
each of the three of us gets 2 rerolls.
Sweet. Okay. Dustin, so this may be a largely unnecessary ability here. You're because I'm trying to find more opportunities for these psychic phenomena that we have. There's a I can't read this. Actinic discharge occurs.
Okay.
And everything within 5d10 meters suddenly air fills with static electricity, and as that happens, you see all the guns kind of start to shake, and then instead of targeting you, they're now pointing stations all around them. As the air, like everybody that has hair, it's standing on a static discharge that's occurring.
My mohawk looks great now, guys.
Yeah. And so he's kind of standing there, and all of this stuff is like popping and sizzling, and all of it all of a sudden shut down. And he goes, "Well, that's unexpected."
I rolled an 18, so
18. Okay, perfect.
I guess as a seemingly sassy fuck you, before it fully retracts, I let airing on that one cannon. So it like smoothly goes back in now.
So you notice that he's wearing this large, what looks to be like a lapel pin, almost a badge. It's silver with a black star pattern, and then a gold circle around a green gem. And that green gem appears to have some form of connection to his heart. That it like is pulsing at what feels like a heartbeat rate, and it seems to be synced to his heart rate. It might be a dead man switch, so if you guys try and take him off the ship, it might cause something bad to happen, but you don't know.
I mean, I don't plan on taking him off the ship.
Okay.
Yeah, I
Make him
just.
speak,
Here's
psyker.
What do you say?
I said, make him speak, psyker.
And I just say, speak. Tell us everything that you know
I
about this
intercepted.
about this situation.
I
Matt
intercepted.
remembers everything he knows.
2 plus 2 is 4. 4 plus 4 is 8. 8 plus 8 is 16. 16
When
plus
I
16
was
is
a young
32.
boy, my father, he took me into the city.
Uh, so he kind of looks at you and says, "There's no need for this. I'm happy to share the information."
You are happy to share the
intercepted,
information, so share it.
I
Now.
intercepted a foreign code and an imperial code communicating with. We've been trying to trace the source, and it hasn't quite landed into the archives yet. But we did notice that the imperial code that was off-world is now on planet somewhere. So whatever it is that's talking with this odd code we've found, they both appear to be here now. I don't know what else to tell you. Beyond that, we haven't been able to decipher the encryption because we haven't bothered to. That's all I know. The
Since
code is here, and it appears to be more than anything else.
When was the last transmission?
2 days ago. All I know is both signals are present, and that they are here. We've been monitoring them for any further communications, and it hasn't occurred yet.
Are you able to
can you tell us anything about the I forgot what you called the area, the undesirable.
Oh, the I forgot what I gave it a fancy name and everything.
the murder caves.
No. It's the core potentia, which is
The core potential.
the heart of power, essentially, is what that translates to from Latin. So it's the main forge battery in the center of the city.
Oh no, I was talking the area that the Manny was
Where
telling
the
us about.
undesirables are sent to.
Oh, the Outwild's there.
Yeah, her
Oh,
void on her map.
Okay.
He looks at all three of you as best he can while he's still being held in his puppet position here by Dustin. He goes, "Why the fuck would you want to go where the psychic masters, those horrible abominations, are basically more warped than man? It's nothing you'd want to play around with."
It would also be the best place to hide.
Anyone who's hiding there is well beyond their sanity.
We shall cleanse it.
So you will give us your records of transmissions, as well as what information you have about these caves. And in our report, we will mention that you have served and have been of service.
Oh, how lovely. And as you're holding him there, he kind of looks at Dustin. And he's like, "Can't very well get you the codes if I can't move."
I force him to bow to us because I'm a bit of a prick like that, and then I release him.
Ugh. Well, that was fucking unpleasant. Pushes another button on the other side of the chair. He says, "Commander Hissall," and this gentleman wearing what looks to be Imperial military gear, but like kind of torn up and a little bit different, very Rogue Trader-esque. He comes in and he says, "Yes, Lord Captain, how may I be of assistance?" He says, "Get these Inquisitors the transmissions that we received and a signal encoder to track where they're going." He says, "Right away, Lord Captain." And he goes and he gets you a signal tracker, and it's got a good mapped code of where the signals have been and where they are now, and within about 1 kilometer of where they're located. And he hands you over the information about the cave, and he says, "I wouldn't recommend going. I can promise you there's been no signals. All you'll find there is death and more psychic energy than even you." He says that in particular to. You can roll me an inquiry to see if he's
What kind of check?
Inquiry.
inquiry. You can also roll intimidate to try and challenge again, just to be better be telling us the fucking truth.
Yeah, either one, 34.
Okay. Yeah, he didn't do well on his deception check, so it's not. He's not lying to you. Basically, the undesirables out in the caves are citizens that weren't able to control the warp the way that you can, Dustin.
Mm-hmm.
They effectively have fallen victim to it more than anything else, and now they just appear as like hollow, half-human ghosts. So going there would probably be bad news for both you and Sabella, because even with her ability to negate psychic powers, these things are effectively out of control. Means of pushing through the war.
For reference, I get a plus 20 plus 30. No, plus plus 30 to resist psychic stuff before the minus 30 that others get for being close to me trying to use psychic things.
Okay. So it's possible it could be there.
We might be okay.
I mean,
I'm
you
built
can,
for that.
You can go hang out there if you. I'm not saying you can't. I'm just saying that you're probably not going to find what you're in that area.
Yeah.
And the only reason I'm saying that is because based on what I have planned left, you're going to waste time doing that.
Yep. Bella's fighting her urge. There's an urge to go cleanse that. It's like
Yeah.
the purpose.
Totally. And I'm not saying you should fight that feeling in any other circumstance. But this one,
but we're on a schedule.
We're reaching a point where.
Yeah, I mean, if we've got all the information and we've got essentially a signal tracker, I mean, my plan is to just follow the tracker to take us wherever it leads.
So, go ahead.
I was just the question is, assuming if they're in the same spot, great, but because there are two signals, which one are we pursuing? The Imperial signal or the Necron signal?
The Necron signal is God's signal.
Correct.
The Imperial signal is Angel's signal.
Correct.
Angel was off-world and has now since arrived. God was always here, right? I have all of that right?
Correct.
Okay.
Based on the code and how the transmitting, the God code has always been here on planet, and the Angel signal has been off planet until recently. And the Angel code has arrived within. You don't have a time frame on it. You just it's here on planet.
I feel like we should track down the Imperial code first to cleanse heretics from the Emperor's service.
Purge the traitor.
Purge the traitor.
Okay.
Sounds like a plan to me.
That's
the only counterpoint that I would have is the Necron code, if it's not moving, it might be easier to track down. But I like Cleansing Heretics. Cleansing Heretics sounds like a good plan.
I feel like the fact that if the other one's not moving,
Could
that could be like there's not an urgency. Like it feels like
Yeah.
that's going to be there.
That's very fair. Yeah. So let's cleanse the heretic. By cleanse, I mean remove his head from his shoulders.
So within the signal that you've got from the Lord Captain and where you're able to track it, the signal appears to be within the kilometer because it's still within a 1 kilometer radius that you can track it. It does appear to be somewhere around the mayor's palace. So it is coming from one of the signal is somewhere around what is effectively the bureaucratic hub of the city tower.
That's where we started, right? When we
All right.
landed on planet.
Yes, it is in fact where you started. So there is the possibility of that signal being anywhere within that city tower. It is, several kilometers tall and several kilometers wide, but it is still within that area that it appears to be emanating from. So you can head back along that way. And as the Lord Captain gladly ushers you away from the ship and back onto a tech platform and carry you back down, you notice towards the ground level as you come back down away from you're not all the way to the mayor's palace again, but you do have another warp portal that has opened up nearby, and through the portal come 3 juggernauts of corn. Because I rolled to see if this was going to happen now, or I said. So these 3 large beasts of brass and iron that are covered in metal plates crash through this portal gate, and start clomping their hooves and dropping small vehicles and whatever hold of to really try and just mess up the city center with this portal they have managed to open. I'm trying to get an image so that you can have a better idea. It's like essentially it's a demon riding on the back of what appears to be a fully armored demonic rhinoceros. I mean, just covered in hellplate and stomping around and knocking things over, crashing. And then the demon on its back is another one of those elite that you fought before, holding a flaming sword and riding the reins with the other hand. So they are just nasty, unpleasant looking dudes. And then amongst the 3, there are 2 of those demons, and then there is a third, what appears to be a chaos marine, screaming "Blood for the blood god!" as they start cutting down civilians and whoever. So yeah, there's that to deal with.
Cool.
As you reach the platform. So everybody, go ahead and roll initiative.
And that again it is a D10 plus your agility.
Plus your agility modifier.
That was a lot better than last time.
Okay. I got a
Okay,
12.
when you're ready, Gaius.
15.
Damn.
Damn.
All right.
I
You
rolled
definitely
max.
should
Which means I'm
Sabella.
gonna roll garbage for the rest. As part of the law of combat, if you nat 20 your initiative, and then you won't roll above a 5 for the rest of combat.
Yeah.
Sabella, what are you?
I got a 12 this time.
12. Ooh, that's not bad. Azrael,
9.
9. Okay. And Venarius got a 10, so she's gonna go before you. And then the Juggernauts, of course. That's a 5. That's a 9. So that one's gonna go. What's your agility?
Mine.
Yeah.
3.
Okay. That one's higher. So you're gonna go before the other, and that one gets. God, that rolled terribly. 2. That Juggernaut Marine's just hanging out in the back, like yeah, waiting for everybody else to go. So Gaius, they're about, I'd say, 50 meters away from you. They're just ripping crap apart. They haven't noticed you guys yet, so you do get a surprise round, which is kind of fun. We haven't had one of those yet, because normally you're just dropping right into the cave. So with a surprise round, you rather than being surprised, you are surprised, and that means that you guys get to take an extra move before they can do anything. So you essentially get a free round of action. And surprised attackers, people that are attacking surprised, get a plus 30 bonus to weapon and ballistic skill for the round. So if you make an attack during this, plus 30 to your attack bonuses. So, bearing that in mind, Gaius, you're first. What you gonna do?
Okay, so and I'm sorry if I missed this. So there are 4 combatants.
There
Or
are
s-
3 combatants
3.
that each have a right. So there are 3 juggernauts of corn, and they each have a rider,
Okay. That's
which effectively act as one entity for purposes of this, unless you kill the juggernaut of corn and then knock them off their uh, beast. Then you will have more bodies to.
okay. All right. And we're like 50 meters away.
You're
Yeah,
about
we're
50
like
meters away.
way
Yep.
out here. It's gonna take me forever to get into that.
Well, what's the range on your weapon?
On mine?
Sabella's.
Oh.
Or do you only have melee weapons?
I have a pistol, but it's only 20 meters.
Ah, okay, yeah.
So I'm out of this for the surprise round. I'll probably just spend.
Yeah, it's gonna take you a
full
hot
movement.
second.
I believe. Let me double check. Because one of the actions we could take is the run action, right?
Yep.
Yep.
Yeah, and I've got the table up here. So if you tell me your agility bonus, I can tell you how many meters you can get with a run.
Because
What's your agility bonus?
my agility bonus is 5.
5. So if you do a run, you can get 30 meters. But that's your whole turn.
It is a
That's the
a
surprise
full
round.
action. It's like sprinting.
Yep. So there's a table for
But that would be the surprise round, correct?
That you could use the surprise round.
Unless you have a weapon that has better range, and then it might be worth just blasting.
I mean, yours only has, 30-meter range for the melta-gun?
20.
20.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna run because I have the sprint talent, which is whenever I run, I double the movement.
Oh, shit. That's a good talent.
However, if I do that twice in a row, I suffer a level of fatigue. So I can't just keep sprinting forever.
Right. I can run forever.
Just every 6 seconds. Okay, so yeah, I'm gonna spend my first turn getting not melee range, but like 10 feet away from one of them,
Okay.
or 10 meters,
Cool. All right.
whatever. Yeah, I'll say that's my surprise action.
Okay, so you set yourself up to be much closer. Sabella, you are next.
Yeah, I can get 24 meters on a run, so that's my turn. I'm just gonna run.
Okay, so you're going to close the
Close half.
distance.
Yep.
Menarius does not need to run because she has a distance weapon. Pulls her rifle and fires a okay, yep, she hits. This is about to be messy. One of them. Yep. That. Oh my god. Sorry. That was 3 explosions on her rifle. So that was 3d10 plus 12. And the crit effect on that was 7. Critical effect to the head with a ballistic weapon. So impact, critical effect, 7. Yep.
Quick.
The attack slams into the fracture, helping a tear in the. The target is stunned for 10 rounds. Jesus.
Quick
Movement is
question.
halved for. Yeah.
I had when we were leveling up, I gave myself master, but that was before I selected a weapon that doesn't do anything for.
Sorry, you cut that out. What was the skill?
There's a talent called Blade Master, which doesn't do it. I chose that early on when I was using a different weapon. I switched over to this other weapon after we had discovered the new stuff. It's a tier 3, and it would cost me the same as Sprint, which I did not see before and would love to swap that out for.
Let's swap it. I don't care.
Okay.
Yeah, that's totally
cool. I'm just gonna swap that, and then I'm gonna double my run distance, so I close the full gap. 2 meters away.
So she just hit the Chaos Marine in the head with a bullet that exploded 3 times. Impact critical effects. So not only is he stunned for 10 rounds because one of these D10s is rolling like a he's on the ground, he's stunned. His Juggernaut is now running towards her and ignoring the two of you as you. So he gets his ass knocked straight off the back of his Juggernaut, and he is in a world of hurt. He has almost left as a result of that. Azrael, it's your turn.
All right. So one of these juggernauts is stunned, but there's
the Juggernaut itself is now running towards Menarius, which is essentially the whole group. It has not moved yet, but it has turned its attention towards whatever caused the disturbance to its rider. So the Chaos Marine is on the ground, stunned at the moment. He's been knocked prone because he fell off his mount, and the mount is now charging towards Menarius.
Okay. And there's 2 other juggernauts, both with riders.
There are 2 other juggernauts. They are, but the same demons of corn fought earlier.
Okay.
It's 2 of those essentially.
Okay. I am going to
The
target.
blood letters. Sorry, I had to pull it up again.
Yeah, I'm gonna.
Yeah. So
I'm
there's
gonna.
2 blood letters. There's one on each.
Are those other 2 juggernauts and blood letters within 8 meters of each other?
Not currently. They're about 15 meters apart,
Okay.
riding in a circle.
I target.
I'm tearing shit up.
I target one of them, and I
Okay.
cast Inferno.
Inferno.
I
Okay.
already did all of my dice rolls. I deal a total of 34 damage
Damn, son.
to the Juggernaut and the Rider.
Okay.
Because it's a blast. It's an 8-meter blast
Got
of
it.
this fiery energy psychic blast shit. So yeah, to the tune of 34 damage I deal.
Okay. As you do that,
And the range is 80 meters, so I assume I'm already close enough.
yes, you are well within range. Still, every time you use your psychic power now, because we have these banked, I'm going to use the psychic phenomenon.
Okay.
And as you cast Inferno, the air around you starts to just smell absolutely. It's like you shit yourself. It's just an unholy, garbagey smell starts to form around you. This stink cloud of unholy stench. So let me. So how does Inferno? Does it ignore armor or anything like that?
It just says the damage is 2d10 plus triple my psychic rating, which is 8.
That's under pyromancy, correct?
Yeah, it's pyromancy.
Okay, let me look at this.
It's like the capstone pyromancy power.
Got you. Yep. Okay.
Psyker ignites the very atmosphere surrounding his target, placing his foe in the midst of a sudden and violent
attack.
conflagration.
Okay, so it's 34 damage. It's a psi rating of 5.
Pen 0.
I'm sorry?
Penetration 0.
Penetration 0. Okay, so
Is that the armor thing?
Yes.
Yeah,
Oh, okay.
so I'm looking at, because the Juggernauts themselves have a pretty solid rating. I'm just trying to see how much of the damage is going to be reduced and whether or not they are immune to flame damage, like, or not immune, but are they resistant to flame damage like the others are? Because it's the bloodletters, they're going to take a little bit of reduction. So the light armor and the resistance to fire knocks it down to 28, but they only have not enough wounds. So you you are watching this little bloodletter sit on top of Juggernaut running forward. The Juggernaut stops, try and kind of deal with the fact that it's now engulfed in the armor. Oh, it's natural armor. All the examples are not only 6 though. Yep. Okay. So there's no, even though it says it's covered in plates, apparently that's just body. So that reduces it by not enough. The Juggernaut is engulfed in the flame and falls over dead because it doesn't have enough wounds to maintain its body from what the damage that you just did to it. Now, the Bloodletter, because it has flame resistance, is able to fight off at least some of the damage, and it's sitting there now, like, holding its sword, just ready to fight, but it's very clearly injured because that psychic inferno was still very damaging. So that ends the surprise round. We're not going to re-roll. We are going to go back to the top of the order. Why are you doing this to me? Stop it. There it goes. Sorry. All my stuff is moving around the screen. So we're back to the top of the order, which is Gaius, you're ready to go. What you gonna do?
Question: do we have
Oh.
any auto successes still banked?
I think so.
I think we've
I'll know
got.
as soon as Michael comes back.
Okay.
I thought
Uh,
he had banked at least one for each of you.
I know you have. I know you have 2 re-rolls from roads.
Okay, so you
Oh,
have
I have
2
two. Okay.
rerolls.
You have 2 opportunities for that. We might have 1 auto success left, but I'm not sure.
Okay. So I assume I am near the downed Space Marine.
Michael, how many automatic successes did you get? The donation that we
That
received.
We got 2. We used 1 for that for the puppet master thing.
okay.
Okay.
Would it be all right if I use the other?
I don't mind. Use them.
Okay.
Go for it.
We
So
have 56 minutes left, so use
step
it.
one. Step one. I am using as a free action the weapon tech to enhance my meltagun.
Oh,
Okay.
and we had 1 more from earlier as well. Somebody had given.
Okay, so I think we've only used. Oh no, we've used 2 auto successes, if I remember.
I mean, you still have rerolls, and you have fate points too. So no
Yeah.
matter
Yeah.
what, you can use those in a successive capacity.
Yep. So, and then I'm going to shoot the Space Marine with the meltagun. I
Okay.
am within 10 meters.
Perfect.
So armor penetration doubles.
Sweet.
Yep. His armor's already cracked because he took a bullet straight to the face. So
And I looked it up, and I forgot that it's enhanced by my intelligence modifier, and I forgot about my unnatural intelligence. So armor penetration is 40.
okay.
Good
Yep. Well, that's
God.
going.
All right. Let me roll my damage.
Let's pretend the armor isn't that, because it's definitely going to go with that.
Uh,
Did you get an exploding die?
I got 1, but it didn't keep going. So I got
Okay.
19, and then let me add what was the bonus. So 19, 29, 37.
Jesus.
I don't know if it matters, but it is energy damage.
At this point, he barely had enough wounds to be able to be standing from the bullet that he took for 30. So the fact that his armor wasn't cracked by it, but did enough to stun him, and he's stunned for 10 rounds. So whatever you're going to do to him, he's just going to take it. And the fact that you said 37?
Yes.
Yeah, no, you fire that melt-a-gun and you watch armor just peel away from the first part of the blast, and then you see his skin become exposed and then cook away as he screams, "Blood for the blood!" Just, his head melts into it, and he collapses on the ground with a smoking hole where his face. Um, there is still one rider barely on his feet, and another one who's screaming angrily. So, Sabella, you're up.
Yeah. Okay.
The only other thing I wanted to do,
Oh, I'm sorry.
which
That was only a half action.
because technically me shooting my shoulder thing doesn't count as an action. The other thing I want to do is I want to send a signal to the command tower, and for funsies, just because I can, I am going to send it in Techna Laguina, which is the Adeptus Mechanicus / Servitor language.
All right.
That by inquisitorial mandate lock down this tower. There is a traitor in the building.
Okay.
And then that'll be my turn.
Perfect. Okay. In the distance, you hear and announcements that the building is in lockdown. It is loud enough that you can still, because you're not far enough away that it's inaudible. So as that occurs, Sabella, now it's your turn.
Yep.
Apologies.
Sorry.
No, all good. all good. I'm close enough to beat the hell out of something.
Yes.
I
So
moved 48 meters, and now I can move for this turn 2.
Okay. So currently the situation is Juggernaut has had their rider dismounted. That was the
We'll be
Chaos Move,
right back.
which his head just cooked away. So
Mhm.
he's dead. Another one, Dustin blasted with psychic flames. So the Juggernaut is dead, but the rider is barely. And then there's a third rider that is untouched and has now turned its full attention to all to try and figure out what the hell's going
All right, so the untouched one is about to feel the pain.
on. Okay.
I rolled an 8.
Oh my god. All right.
So reverse the numbers. 80 gets me a hit to what? The left, right leg.
Right leg. Okay. Go ahead and roll that damage.
Damage. Demon Bane. Okay, and this is a demon, right?
So essentially, you can either try and hit the demon or at this phase. So the Juggernaut is the most obvious. Come off the Juggernaut and make it that much easier to kill.
Okay, so I'll aim for the demon then, the Juggernaut.
Okay. The Juggernaut takes the hit to the leg.
So for damage, a 3 and a 9, and Demon Bane says I did look it up and figured it out. I trigger Righteous Fury on an 8+ from any damage die. So because I rolled a 9 on that damage die, I trigger Righteous Fury.
That one explodes then. Yeah, I believe.
So yeah. So well. Yeah, you're right. So that does explode.
So instead of exploding on a 10, it explodes on
an 8, 9, or 10.
Okay.
So 12 plus 10. 22.
Jesus Christ. Even if I planned for these demons to get their asses kicked, truth be told, this was not my plan.
So 26 damage plus the 6 plus 6, so 32.
Yep.
And the first time I trigger Righteous Fury each combat, I gain a fate point because of Divine Vengeance.
All right.
So well,
your weapon, it is a hammer, correct?
Yes.
Yeah. Your hammer smashes into the right leg of this Juggernaut, and as it does, the plates bend and twist and shoot into the heart of the beast. And as it collapses to the ground and throws its rider free for 5 damage, it breathes one last burst of air and then just collapses dead as it as it just crumples into the street where you knocked it dead.
Excellent.
And
then I'm just gonna go stand over him, the rider. I'm just gonna walk over and just like stand over him.
Yeah, so the bloodletter has been knocked prone and is trying to get up and turns around and sees you towering over him. Azrael, it's your turn. Oh no, I'm sorry. Menarius goes first. Menarius lines up and does not roll well to hit. So let's see. Yep. She fires another shot and misses against the wounded demon that you tried to cook earlier, Dustin. So it is your turn. Go ahead and give me what you're doing.
Okay. Who's left?
So there is one Juggernaut still charging towards Menarius, but that initiative order. There's a very wounded demon, barely on its feet, and there's a prone demon directly in front of
Are any of them within 8 meters of each other?
The Juggernaut is within 8 of the other bloodletter.
Okay. Then I'm gonna cook off an inferno again and I'm going to try and hit both of them. So I make my willpower test. I am going to use my second reroll because that was a 90.
Oof. Okay.
And that was a 49, so that one will succeed.
Okay. As you do that, all of a sudden, everything around you,
Of course it does.
within.
I already smell like I shit my pants, so what else could
Yep.
possibly go
And
wrong?
then, as you do that, everything around you, with 13 meters, starts to rise 3 meters into the air and comes crashing back down.
Sweet.
The demon and the bloodletter. How much damage did you do there?
So I deal, that is 13 plus 24
Dear God.
is
Okay. All the gods.
37.
Cain, Corn, all of them. Just all the gods. Yeah,
I'm making popcorn. It's snack time.
you effectively turn the other demon into a fucking ash statue as it is cooked there, standing with its sword, screaming in the air. And the Juggernaut, as it starts to charge forward and comes within range of that Inferno hitting, gets cooked in its own armor, and as it glows just hot yellow, and you see this thing just and then stops charging and collapses as flames are just still peeling off of the armor to the point where it starts to melt into the creature and become one with its carcass.
Sweet.
My gentle Jeebus, that was messy. So that one's dead. And that one's dead. And oh my god. I'm gonna just pretend that didn't happen. So
All right, and I will be
the
back
one in front of
in
you,
just a
Sabilla,
moment.
yes,
Please
the one in
continue.
front of you stands up and goes to swing its sword. And I don't know if it's from falling off of the horse or the fact that it's moving slow, but it swings its sword and it hits your armor and bounces off and almost hits it in the face. And it kind of still stands there angrily, looking at you, realizing that its sword did nothing because it rolled like shit. So we're back to top of the order. Gaius, it is your turn again.
Okay, how far away am I from... Was there one combatant left?
Yeah, there's one left directly in front of Sabella. And I'd say you're about 15 to 20 meters, somewhere in there, based on the movement that you made and the movement that they made. This thing flew off its mount, so it came considerably closer to you guys. Actually, I take that back. It's well within 15 meters.
Okay. So I... pull up here. Let's just do this for funsies because I have it. I'm gonna move, so I'm within 10. Because I can for half. Yeah, I can only move 10. Okay. And then I'm going to see me put my hand out, and I'm going to do a Luminin Blast. So you see energy from my body comes out as just a blast of energy. So let me roll that. Ballistics.
Got it.
Oop, just squeaked. Just squeaked under. So 49 becomes 94 on the chart.
Okay.
And that is, if I remember, that's one of the legs.
Yep. I believe
Okay.
that is the left leg.
Okay. And then That is going to be, what is that? 1d10 plus 10. Da, 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 da. Up, or I could roll a 10. That works. Let's re-roll that. Okay, so that is 39 damage.
Oh, fuck me.
That
All right.
exploded twice.
God, everybody's dice are exploding right here at the end. This mess. Okay.
And because I have an internal reservoir, I do not become fatigued by doing this.
Good deal. All right. Well, whatever the hell you just hit it with, the demon dies where it stands. It goes to swing at Sabella one more time as you blast it, and it just disappears into the void from the insane amount of damage it just took. So now that we've knocked all of our random encounters out of the Jesus God, I did not plan for this many demons. I swear to you.
We got this. It's
We
fine.
only have 3 more psychic phenomena to do, so there's that. Um,
And that's
as that
half the
finishes,
reason why I haven't been pushing any of my powers.
yeah.
Because I don't need
So
to.
as you reach the mayor's palace, you see Grundor just running back and forth between the hallways, trying to figure out what's going on. He's chewing on a sofa cushion just to try and make himself feel better because apparently that's what works for him. And he's just kind of losing his mind. And he looks at you and he goes, "Oh, Inquisitors! Thank goodness! Thank the Emperor, you have arrived.
I just do that
I
Looney Tunes thing. As he runs past us, I just grab him by the collar and lift him in the air. So he's just running in the air for a second.
Also, I feel like we are probably covered in blood.
I mean, you're covered in demon gore, yes.
Ichor and all that.
Details.
I am so glad that you are here. I tried to stop him, and he told me that he could not stay. The Lord Inquisitor Typhyerius left as the lockdown was initiated by your command, and he has gone somewhere I cannot track him. His signal has appeared to have disappeared from all known means of communication. Could you please put me down?
I set him down. I just wanted him to stop running around. He was making me annoyed.
Apologies. I have attempted to enter to see if there was a means of tracking, but I have not been able to break his encryption. It is coded, and there is a message that appears to state that it will destroy the building if it is attempted to be answered without the correct question. Perhaps your insight as brilliant and accomplished inquisitors will allow us to determine his code.
I just the finger of the power glove over his face, which I imagine is just takes up his whole face instead of the
Yes.
shush thing I'm going for. That's fine. I look over to Belsar and just to ask, is our tracker still working? And
Has, by utter coincidence, has the signal we've been tracking also disappeared?
It has, in fact, disappeared. The signal that you did have up and running for that Imperial is no longer.
I knew it.
So
The evidence does appear to be damning.
As you approach the door of the Inquisitor's quarters, there is a panel with a large amount of explosive around it. Danger putty, if you will. The opposite of silly. And it states a riddle essentially on the data screen. It says the 5th number plus the 3rd number equals 14. The 4th number is 1 more than the 2nd. The 1st number is 1 less than twice the 2nd number plus the 3rd number equals 10. The sum of all 5 numbers is 30. What is my code?
All right, say that one more
As a
time.
person,
Absolutely.
I'm very good
Slowly.
at these. As a character, real bad.
I'm real smart. I could probably get it. My character would
So
probably get it.
the first clue is the 5th number plus the 3rd number equals 14. The second clue is the 4th number is one more than the 2nd number. And the chat is free to participate in this. You can gain assistance from those standing around, which does include the chat. The third clue, the first number is one less than twice the second number.
Wait, okay, so the first number equals one less than what?
Twice the second number.
Mm-hmm.
The fourth clue, the second number plus the third number equals 10. The sum of all 5 numbers is 30.
I have the opposite problem where, like, I'm sure my character would be really good at these. Ian is not good at these.
Well, so here's
Okay.
what we can do.
Fifth plus third.
If you can roll a security check for any one of these, I can give you one. If you can roll a successful security check.
Okay, so
All right. Well,
um
I'll at least give it the old college try at first.
so
Manarius attempts to help. She does not succeed. That was a hardcore failure.
She just starts bringing up some ancient Eldar fable from 5,000
the,
years ago.
the
Lady,
fifth number.
shut up.
The 5th number is 6.
how do you get that?
Because the 5th and the 3rd number equals 14, the 2nd and the 3rd number equals 10, which means the 5th number equals 14 minus the 3rd number, and the 2nd number equals 10 minus the 3rd number. So then we can substitute the 3rd number equals 10 minus the 2nd number, which we can substitute back into the first equation. So the 5th number equals 14 minus 10. Oops, sorry, I did that. Minus 10 plus the 2nd number. So sorry, I did that wrong. I forgot second. I forgot my top.
I will give you this. One of the numbers 6,
4.
not the 5th number.
So the 5th number equals 4 plus the 2nd number, which is an additional thing that we didn't. That can be derived from what we have so far.
Correct.
That
information is accurate.
And what else do we have? All 5 numbers equal 30. Second and third equal 10.
Ian, did you roll that security check?
I did not yet. I wanted to.
You wanted to try first. I understand.
Yeah, give it a try before me. Like, I'm just gonna roll until you give us the answers.
Well, that's why I said I'll only give you if you roll the security check. But
okay.
You happen to. I mean, Michael was correct. One of the numbers is 6, but not the.
So the 3rd number equals 14 minus the 5th and equals 10 minus the 2nd.
Mm-hmm.
And if we can substitute the 2nd for 5th minus 4, means we've got 10 minus 5th minus 4, which means the 3rd number equals 6 minus the 5th number. No, I've got a. No, that's in brackets, but it's a minus, so it'd be plus. It'd be 14. The 3rd number equals 14 minus the 5th number. That just gets me back to where I started with. Damn it.
You're doing fine.
First number equals second number times 2 1. Let me look
All
at
right.
that. Oh, the fourth number equals the second number plus 1. That's actually more helpful.
Yeah.
So if basically we want to get all of these equations to get one number on one side and no numbers on the other side, and we can solve one, and then we can just plug that number into the others.
I mean, the total number is 30, so if you
Right.
balance the equation at all. And one of the numbers is 6. That is, you just have to figure out which number.
First plus 1 equals second times 2. So the second number equals first number plus 1 divided by 2. Equals second plus
Oh, did I forget to mention that there's a time?
Yeah, we've got a half hour.
Well, yes, there's that.
fourth minus 1.
All right.
Fourth minus 1.
Just to help speed things along. Not that I don't doubt we could probably figure it out, but just to speed it up, I will roll security, and I feel like the one number we should get that would solve everything is the second number.
The second number with that security check, did you succeed on that one?
Oh yeah, yes I did.
Okay. The second number is 4.
Okay, so second number is 4.
Which means the first number is sorry.
Well, if the second number is 4, 4 plus 1 is 5, so the fourth number is 5.
So 5, we got 4. The first number is second times 2 minus 1, so that'd be 8 minus 1, so 7. 7, 4, something, 5, something. We don't have the fifth number. Oh, we have the second number. So second plus third equals 10.
And
so
we
10...
know, yeah, so the third number is 6.
Yep, so there's the 6. And then we just have to solve for 30. So 30 minus 7 minus 4 minus 6 minus 5 is math. 15 minus 7 is 8. So the last number is 8.
8, yeah. So it should be 7, 4, 6, 5, 8.
Correct. Angel wings appear on the digital display as the code is entered correctly, and the bombs stop charging, and the whole thing slides down off the floor and falls to the floor, rendered inert by your entry of the code. You enter into the Lord Inquisitor's quarters, and you find the data pad that he had at the start of your inquiry, along with the second wing that was successfully removed from the body of that skin worm, this time non-explosively, and you see that it has been plugged into the data pad to send another message about what you have found, and said the integration is looking more and more seamless, and the deterrence and failsafe almost too well. I'm on my way to help the last phase. I will see you at the core. And God says, understood. Anomalies have been and the signal that you were tracking faintly reappears on the data pad that you have from your captain,
Mm-hmm.
and it will be able to guide you to the final location.
A-team roll out.
Yeah.
And Grundor comes running back from having to deal with some other stuff. Manerius comes out of the room with you, and Grundor says, "My great inquisitorial masters, is there anything we could do to assist you?"
How far away is the core?
From this location, approximately 5 kilometers. Not far by any stretch of the. Very easy to get to. We will provide transportation. Quickly, quickly! And two Vassals come forward.
I say don't bother. I begin opening a portal.
Can you
Oh,
take us with
very,
you?
very well.
I can do a portal out to 8 kilometers.
Okay.
We go with you, or is that by yourself?
Oh no, I open a doorway through the warp. We can all go.
Oh,
As you
I was gonna
open
say
the
I don't like
doorway,
that, but I feel very safe actually.
as you open the doorway, every mirror and window in the shatters. Yeah. Well, within 30 meters, I should say. Every window and mirror within 30 meters of you starts to distort and then shatters as you open. That was not something I had planned either, and here we are. I like this psychic phenomena table. Thank you to all who donated. It's adding some
Yeah.
text
Uh,
to
just
everything we're doing.
just so everybody's on the same page, we have about 25 minutes left in this session. We have raised $1,480.
Yep,
So
buddy.
I don't know if somebody wants to donate $20 within the
Another
next
20
20
bucks.
minutes. We can hit that even $1,500 mark.
That would be sick.
We could do $50 for a random encounter. We could do $25 gets
Please
us
don't
one
do
more.
that. I have a story to make us find anything.
For 25, somebody gets an automatic success. So there's still plenty of game left to. Yeah, we could do a few more psychic phenomena. Anything is possible, and it's all for the kids.
Well, as you open this portal, and all of these things are shattering around you, you step through into the depths of the core potentia, and this location where the signal is, you find what was the Lord Inquisitor's badge, which he has torn from his chest plate and left in a crumpled heap near where you open the portal. You are deep within the base of the core potentia. It is lower than anybody typically does. You don't see any signs of organic life other than the sound of crawling heavy footsteps in the echoes of the core. There are pipes filled with molten energy moving back and forth. There is steam and hissing and various, data banks going off and gears turning. You're just in the middle of this enormous mechanical mess of machinery. That was not how I intended to phrase that. Just this, it's like a steampunk's wet dream, just full of all of weird amalgamation of technology and engineering all there. You hear the of odd footsteps in various places. You don't see anything around you, but you know that there is a presence here that's not normal. And as you start to work your way closer to the here, that all of these footsteps appear to be in that direction, whatever is crawling. And then you hear the faint sound of the Lord Inquisitor having a heated conversation with another voice you so
Purge the heretic.
Manerius puts her helmet on and throws on her cloak, and you see her start to kind of shimmer and fade. I will act in support. Simply guide me. and then she jumps up into the raft, making forward, and stays in communication as she starts to charge. So what are y'all doing next?
Well,
I heard purge the heretic.
I'm certainly not going to let that heretic beat us into battle.
Okay. So you follow the footsteps, sounds, these creatures move, and you find yourselves in a much larger, open, almost warehouse-sized space with a humongous tank of some sort. It appears to be some form of mechanical incubation chamber that is several hundred meters wide and several hundred meters long. And you notice in the surrounding area there are various amalgamation creatures to different parts of this larger machine. There are termagants from a Tyranid swarm, and there are imperial humans over here, tech priests down the line. There are orcs plugged in towards the top, and they all appear data and information and energy towards this larger structure. And then you also notice several Necron scarabs floating around, checking each of these human
Chaos.
beings and
Too much
checking
psychic stuff and an extra dollar to make it
different
uneven.
creatures and monitoring what's going on around this structure. And you see the Inquisitor talking to this Necron sitting at a console, typing and reaching with almost spider-like limbs, and it's sitting with this large, powerful, chested, structured core with two green cannons sitting on its shoulders, and a big bladed axe on its back with these six copper spider legs that it's seated on. And you hear the Inquisitor shouting, said, "You said that this would be an integration plan, and this horrible, horrible destruction that you have created. Nothing like what..." And you see the Necron head turn. Irrelevant.
Please put the riddle in
This was
chat.
never the plan. You are an anomaly, as are all these anomalies. We will either purge or integrate. If you do not wish to be integrated, you shall be purged. And you see the Inquisitor realize almost in that moment what he's done, and he takes his power sword and he turns to his own shoulder and cleaves off his right arm, and you see it fall to the ground, and tendrils of this Necron energy start to reach out and attempt to put it back together, and he severs it again. This time they stop, burned and cooked. And so he no longer has his, and you notice that it is underneath his power armor an amalgamation of both flesh and Necron technology that he himself to integrated with. But he was somehow able to maintain his own autonomy, probably because the Necron allowed it to. And so he holds the sword at this Necron and says, "You will turn and face me and those that came with," and turns to see you all and gives you just this deep look of regret and sadness, and says, "I am sorry to you, my friends. Most of all, forgive me for what I have done." And he charges at the Necron, and the Necron stops what it's doing and turns and pulls its axe and blasts the Inquisitor with both barrels as he cuts him in half with the axe.
Oh, that's convenient. I was going to light them both on fire.
And it turns all and says, "Do you wish to become integrated? Purged." And then slings the axe back on its shoulder and keeps its head turned as its body turns back and continues typing away at the.
First, we got 2 more donations. The first was from Andy, who donated $21.
Thanks,
Big.
Andy.
He said, two more goes at the psychic phenomena table, and the extra $1 just to make things uneven.
Okay.
And the second donation was from C's and B's. They donated $20 and just wanted that riddle in the chat, which I believe we have in the chat now.
We do. Now
Okay.
have it.
Perfect. All right. So be it.
Thank you, Sam.
Yes. So I would have put it in the chat myself, but I'm incapable. So apologies for the delay.
Currently fighting Necron.
Yes.
Yes. So you are currently faced with a swarm of scarabs, a swarm of Necron infected creatures. You have the Inquisitor on the ground, barely holding it together, missing his right across his chest with the left, and burn marks on his body from being blasted by the cannon. And he slowly gets to his feet, slings his sword on his hip and grabs what appears to be some form of crazy fancy med pack, and he slaps it against his chest and against his arm, and it basically just forms a seal, and he stands, his golden wings and his sword ignites, and he turns to you all and says, "Forgive me once again. Shall we face this together?" And you can tell that he's hurt, but he's still ready for a fight.
Wait, the Lord Inquisitor said that?
Yes.
I thought he was in 2 pieces.
No, it didn't go through him. The axe hit him, but it did not hit him in twain.
Okay. I thought you had said that he had been cut in half.
No, I'm sorry. The axe passed through him, so it definitely left a deep wound, but he's not quite dead.
Okay. Yeah, I'm going to roll initiative, I guess, unless we get a surprise round.
You don't get a surprise round for this because we are facing against this massive thing. So everybody roll me
What?
What?
an awareness check.
Oh God, I'm so good at these.
Yeah, I really like these dice that Sam has. That is a 17.
Okay.
5.
You all, those of you who are able to, those of you who aren't, Minarius points out to you as well. She says there's a structural weakness in the power tank that is currently feeding power to this large structure that he appears to be powering. So it, for all intents and purposes, what you're looking at is a large coffin, because the Necrons are very, based within a system of Egyptian lore. So what it appears to be is a very large, and the power that is feeding to it is coming from the molten core. There is a section of it that does have a structural weakness that is currently in play because of how it is effectively drawing power. It pretty much hacked into. It is not built to take this kind of power source and feed into it.
How far away is this?
It's about 50 meters from where you are up top, and then the power that is draining down to it is about 20 meters in front. And so as the Necron turns his head to you all and continues typing, you realize you have about, based on the power levels that are feeding, you have about 10 to 20 seconds before this thing activates and it opens up whatever it's trying to feed power to.
Are we doing initiative or are we just going?
It's up to you guys. We can do an initiative or we can just storyboard this. I have no problem.
We have about 12 minutes left.
Yeah, so I was going to
So
suggest
let's-
storyboard.
Yeah.
So let's just play this out and everybody.
I've got mag boots, so I'm going to just use a run, and I'm just going to just...
Okay, so
Just
you
straight up.
you start a dead sprint for the power source. As scarabs start swarming off of the structure and start coming towards you, Menarius is firing and picks off what she can, and the Lord Inquisitor slings his sword and grabs his bolter off of his other hip and starts firing structure to try and knock something loose. Ian, what are you, Justin?
So I activate my maglev coils, which allows me to float. Now it's only like several, it's not flying, but it's
Sure.
basically I get to move my run speed as a half action.
Okay, cool.
So that's kind of I'm going to use that to try to get as much speed.
Oh no.
If we want to go narratively, I'm like full Doc Ock. All of my arms are out. And we could say like, because I have the shoulder mounted, like, and I have the axe. So like, I'm assuming swarm and just a bunch of shit is attacking us. Like, I'm trying to fight my way to
The
Mhm.
scarabs are acting as a defensive, try and attack you, but they are also very
Yeah.
small. They're like mono skulls. They're not a huge threat, so you're able
Yeah.
to relatively easily fight them
So
off.
on top
There's
of that,
just a lot.
because having my shoulder mounted melta gun and I have a ballistic mechadendrite, which is just it's a mechadendrite with a
I
las
think we're
pistol
okay
in it.
now.
Cool.
And I
Okay.
have the axe. I'm using that to try to fight my way to where the Necron is because I want to fuck with the computer terminal.
Perfect. Okay, so you're heading to the computer. Sabella is trying to yank the power source free. Justin, what are you doing?
Making sure that the stream didn't die. I think we're
Okay.
okay.
Yeah.
We were dropping
About
frames
second.
for a minute there.
Gotcha.
I am going to. All right, so tell me one more time where this actual like MacGuffin point is, where the structural weakness is.
It's like 50
So
meters up.
it's about 50 meters up. So Bella's already. So she's on the way.
Okay.
Menarius is firing, trying to keep all the scarabs off of Sabella. Ian's character Gaius is floating towards the Necron to try and shut down the computer and stop the sequence of whatever it is that he's now created and trying to launch. So you and the Lord Inquisitor are left standing there. The Lord Inquisitor is currently firing his bolter with his left hand, shooting down whatever structures he can to try and stop this.
Okay. I am going to. I am going to burn a fate point to give myself plus 10 to my focus power willpower test, which will even out the negative 10 for my vortex of doom.
My God. Okay.
So I am making a willpower test.
Dare I ask what the vortex of doom?
Oh, I'm
Black hole.
gonna fucking tell you about it.
Okay.
Willpower, that was
I
a
had a feeling it was something like that.
I rolled a 53. I needed a 63, so I am
It's
good
intelligence
there.
power. It helps them with math vortexes.
Yeah. Vortex of Doom. In perhaps the ultimate display of his mastery of both the physical world and the warp, the Psyker tears open a hole twixt the two. Around the roiling vortex, the laws of physical space are undone, and the ravenous predations of chaos devour all in the vicinity. I create a black hole. It has.
I'm reading this. The Psyker cannot voluntarily stop sustaining power. Instead, at the beginning of each turn, the Psyker is sustaining the vortex. He must make a challenging willpower test
Yeah.
to either increase the radius or decrease the radius, or move the vortex in any direction. The vortex radius ever reaches 0 meters.
It
Power ends and the
ends.
vortex disappears.
But if
If
it
it
have
grows larger than the Psyker's psi rating, it explodes, ending the power and destroying the vortex. Psyker is hit by this damage regardless of his proximity to the exploding vortex as the energy of the warp. He is channeling, lashes back into. Okay, well, I'm going to finish rolling on the psychic phenomena table to go with this.
Yeah. So it starts at a 2 meter radius, and I put it behind Sabella to like feel them. Like
Oh,
as
okay.
you run,
I'll,
it's behind you, stopping it. Anything that goes through it is gonna take 2d10 plus 16 damage. And
Okay.
it has penetration equal to its size, which starts at
And
2.
just in case, I'll go ahead and burn a fate point to use shielding faith, which lets me. I can spend a fate point to auto succeed, deny the witch, which means that I can just avoid psychic powers. And actually, technically, Psyker, you need to make a fear test against a fear rating of 1 because I'm just choosing not to be affected by
Okay.
your.
What is a fear test?
I don't know, but we only have like 5 minutes, so I don't
It's
think it matters too much.
it's an
I
intelligence
rolled
test.
9, so
Okay.
I'm probably good.
You're probably good.
So
You
as
know I'm
Dustin,
careful.
as you open up this vortex, there's more static electricity that the ground starts to shake around you, and so make a an agility test so you don't. The shadow of the wall hits, and for just a brief second, um, everything around you has this just horrific glimpse of the shadow. Um, and then the temperature in the room starts to plummet, and frost starts covering all the surface around as this vortex opens up to try and suck things in. Manarius gets on the radio and says to you all, you need to either remove the power, and so as you reach it, Sabella, check. It's going to be difficult, but if you do it
What kind
so
of
much,
check? I'm sorry, it cut
it's
out
a
a little bit.
strength check.
Can I just smash it?
Yeah,
Is
you
that
can
an option?
easily. You can also just hit it with your axe. That's fine too. Yeah, or your
Okay.
hammer.
All right.
So roll me an attack against it, and we'll do it on
I'm gonna burn a fate point to add 10 to this.
Cool.
And I'm gonna use my last reroll.
Okay.
That was a 94. Okay, that's much better. So we had 10, so 58, and I needed to beat a 60.
Yep, you are in
Cutting
good
it
shape.
close.
So
Very
your hammer comes crashing down against this energy tap, and it knocks it loose enough that the magma starts flowing out past it and sprays just barely past your face, and feel the sting and singe as it gives you first degree burns across your face just from it. And the magma starts pouring out of the hole as it breaks free from its moorings. Ian, as you reach the Necron, it turns to face you with both cannons, but then realizes that the power source is broken. So while the cannons are facing you, its head turns back to the power source and goes, unfortunate. And then it closes itself up into a small and disappears into almost like and the magma starts pouring over the top of the structure that was there. The bolting breaks free, and you see inside of it as the magma starts to what was a hive tyrant integrated with a mess of Necron technology, to the point where it may have well been able to destroy the planet had it gotten free. But it starts to roar and scream as like magma is just the center of it, and you guys effectively melt this thing and stop it. It can actually be birthed, so to speak, and you have successfully saved the planet of Paraxol, which we had to kind of pull out of the last second because I did not expect that last encounter to take quite so long. So I had to we had in play, but the Lord Inquisitor collapses in front of all of you as the magma is pouring down behind him, with his arm missing and his bolter empty, and he looks at the three of you and says, "Thank you, and I will accept whatever punishment you feel is fit."
I
So
immolate him immediately.
Okay.
Just smash, immolate.
I was going to say, he bursts into flames as you, Dustin, you light him on fire as Sabella smashes him. Ian, how are you?
I mean, honestly, I just walk away and let the magma take care of the rest.
Can I
Okay.
just thematically in our last 30 seconds hand him a grenade? This grenade is a near unique item. It is Tears of the Emperor. And I hand it to him and I say, "Your penance." And then I walk away as he gets immolated and a sanctified bomb goes
Just,
off into his
just goes off with the hand grenade.
face.
Yeah,
Sins
so
may be purged in flame.
there we go. Congratulations, Joe. You managed to save the planet of Paraxol and root out the heretic among us. Unfortunately, the one who brought you all together. But thank you. I really appreciate you participating, and that went a little bit different than I had planned. Like I said, we had to kind of fly by the seat of our pants for some weird changes that came here, and it was fun. We had a good time. I hope everybody watching enjoyed what we had here, and here's hoping that we make lots with the rest of the stream for those who are going to stay with us. So yeah, thanks.
Yes. Thank you, Trig, for running. Thank you, Ian and Mike, for playing with us. Obviously, thank you everybody who donated. We did come a little bit over that $1,500 mark so far, so we can keep that going. We've got plenty more games to play. We're going to be playing through the night, but we're gonna take a couple of minutes of break now. So stand up, stretch, get a drink of water. Mike, I think you are sticking around.
I will be back again.
Oh, you brutal maniac.
And then, yeah, so we'll be back in just a couple of minutes with some Goblin Quest. So stay tuned, and we will see you back here in just a couple of minutes.
I will be back for
All right.
Chaos Goblin.
And goodbye.
Goodbye.
Thanks, fellas.